No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisan's word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men. I want to happen to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out,
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to countries, because many times you notice that.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, B road, all kinds of places. I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today is the 21st of November, 2025. We are about to get into the seasons. Don't forget, Black Friday is coming up. We are getting ready to swing into the holiday season where the United States government, the economy is going to be booming. The economy in Liberia also is depending on us to send remittances to our loved ones, our families, so they can make good on their $1.2 billion budget. Before we go any further into the news and bring on our guests, we had two professional folks that will be joining us today, and we are very proud that they are Liberians. We will be talking about cybersecurity. What is cybersecurity? Anyway, everybody uses the term. Well, what is it? We will learn. learn about cybersecurity today in two parts. Our first partner and professional will be on for the first hour. And then the second hour will be for our second professional. One is in the diaspora and one is in Liberia, so we got everything covered. We're going to have Metelvis here also. She's also into that arena. And we will be talking to all of our friends, those of you who are into the business. If you know what cybersecurity is, we would like to hear from you. I want to welcome all of our friends that are listening by way of Truth FM 96.1 across the country. Some in Guinea, Sierra Leone, the Ivory Coast. I am Jerome Gayman. I will be hosting our guests as usual. And as our fellow panelists are getting ready to leave home, driving home, or just getting off, remember we went back 1 hour. So our regular folks who are workers will be coming an hour for you, an hour late, but it's not late for them. They have always come after they finish doing their work. The bill has to be paid. Let me pay tribute to history makers. As you know, I'm in the Miami market and the World Cup is coming to us. We want to take keen notice of two countries that made history this year. The Republic of Haiti, the oldest Black republic on earth, 1804, made the World Cup. The Republic of Haiti qualified for the World Cup. The last time they were here was 1974. It's 51 years. But even more miraculous, it's a tiny country in the Caribbean called Curacao. Total population 150,000. They made the World Cup, becoming the smallest nation ever to make the World Cup. They qualified for the World Cup when they took on giant Jamaica. And that game went into overtime and it drew 0-0, catapulting them and sending Jamaica into a playoffs. I'm not picking on anybody in Africa. I am not picking on the Republic of Liberia. I'm not picking on anybody. I'm only saying a country of 150,000 people, not even 250,000, were able to select 11 players that took them over the top. And in our neck of the woods, we look at Cape Verde, another small country, made it to the World Cup. Another underdog to reach the international tournament is Haiti, which has qualified for the first time since 1974. Despite a raft of obstacles at home, the Caribbean nation is facing an acute security and humanitarian crisis which has impacted every sector of society, including football players. They have been living in crisis in full scale. They haven't been able to train or play in Haiti for years because of the gang violence. The coach that was hired to train these guys have never put foot on the soil of Haiti. They practice and live in other people's country, and they gather, and guess what? They have made history. They are in the World Cup. We are waiting when our guests arrive. I understand he has a class today to teach, so we won't keep him too long, maybe an hour or so. While we wait on our guests, we want to look at the headlines, trending news. Boycott seeks to de-ratify the TIA deal over fraud findings. President Joseph Nyewo Boyka has urged the national legislature to de-ratify the controversial Telecom International Alliance TIA concession agreement, stating that the multiple investigation review fraud, illegal procurement, and contract modification that render the deal legally indefensible. President Boyka. Energy Committee passes and presses for answers. A public hearing as Senator Connie questions Total Energies on Oranto's oil deal. Conflicting accounts over Oranto's flipping oil blocks. That was the bone that stuck in their throat. A Senate public hearing aimed at scrutinizing two new petroleum agreements submitted by the executive branch has raised fresh concerns over Liberia dealing in the oil sector. Specifically, the lack of clarity surrounding Oranto Petroleum past operation tax obligations and the true value Liberia earned when the company flipped its oil block to Chevron more than a decade ago. Is this another flow show? Question them, and then they come back and resubmit just like they did with the confirmation hearing. They come out and put up these shows and act tough, only to flip. Finance Minister Garguah defend NSA budgetary increment amid public backlashes. Confidence of new compact, he says. Public discourses have been relentless in backlashing at the executive branch of the Liberian government through the Ministry of Finance and Development. Planning for flying high with the proposed budget of the NSA for the fiscal year 2026. The NSA budget, once captured at $14.8 million in 2025 budget, ballooned to $22.1 million for the pending 2026 year. Some critics have argued reflecting misplaced government priorities while key sectors remain underfunded. As you know, Honorable Pewee and members of the former government are in court for the very thing we are talking about, NSA. NSA. What is NSA? Why so much money? I heard it is covert operation NSA in Liberia. That much money. Covert operation. Yes, Liberia is spending that much money Another very old tradition that we thought had gone away is still around. I remember when we were young folks, children in school in Liberia. And before my time in the 60s and 50s, when the president is coming, they will suspend school. The entire population, the young folks, the next generation, will be denied education. They have to stand in the sun for hours waiting for a president to come through, and all you have to do is wave. The country didn't care whether you lost time in school, but if you were going to school from in the morning to the afternoon, the government doesn't care. You will stand in the sun for hours until the president arrives or passes. So this was captured by Front Page Africa, Selma Lomax, November 21st. It said the Minister of Education in Bon County halts classes to welcome President Boakai. Education activities were brought to a standstill at Torgbean on Friday afternoon after the Minister of Education Bon County office reportedly ordered schools to suspend classes and assemble students along major routes to welcome President Joseph Boakai. The directive, which affected both public and private institutions, left many parents and educators frustrated as thousands of students were taken out of their classroom for what critics described as a political display. President Boakai is expected to arrive in Bon County on Friday for a 2-day working visit, during which he is expected to meet with more than 70 chiefs and tribal governors from across Liberia. However, the timing and nature of the ministry's order immediately stirs criticism, with many questioning why school children were being mobilized to greet the president during an academic hour. By 7 a.m. this Friday, students from E.J. Yancey High School and several other schools in Toyota Garage vicinity have already lined the roadside, waiting for the presidential motorcade. In central Banga, nearly all government-run schools reportedly released their students to attend and stand at intersections and gathering points. Some students appear confused about the purpose of their assembly, while several teachers confidently express discomfort with the situation, noting that they have been instructed by administrators who claim to be acting on order from the minister's county office. Bon County Education Officer David Boakai, who had no familiar relation to the president, did not respond to repeated requests for comment, calls on text messages, and to his cell phone went unanswered throughout the morning. The situation has also rekindled a political debate surrounding the Unity Party's past criticism of similar action taken under former President George Weah. When in opposition, the Unity Party strongly condemned the Weah administration for suspending classes and directing students to welcome the former president during the tour and visits across rural Liberia. At the time, Unity Party officials accused the government of exploiting school children for political purposes and undermining our education system. Some UP supporters have gone as far as calling the Weah era mobilization evidence of poor governance. During those moments, individuals affiliated with the party made strong comments such as no responsible government drags children out of school just to wave at politicians. Another critic declared this shows the Weah administration value crowd polling over education. Another added, if you are about the future, you don't take students from school for cheap politics. And Liberian children deserve books and teachers, not false parade. Another Unity Party sympathizer stated, this is an abuse of power and it must stop. Some students appear confused about the whole issue. But Unity Party saints have no problem with assembling the children. The Unity Party-led government is now facing similar backlash for Friday's action, with many Liberians accusing of being and behaving in a very manner in once denounced social media commentary saw throughout the day, with citizens openly challenging the government's consistency and integrity. Among the harsh reactions circulating online were comments such as the Unity Party is behaving exactly like the government they criticize. This is pure political dishonesty, another said. These are the comments students. And I was in school in Liberia decades ago. It looks like nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. The more time changes, the more they remain the same. On another note, President Joseph Walker urges West Africa to unite against illicit finance at GIABA 44th plenary. President Joseph Walker on Thursday called for a united West African front against money laundering, terrorist financing, and the rapidly evolving network of illicit financial crimes, warning that fragmented national responses cannot counter criminal networks operating across our borders. Delivering the opening address at the 44th GIABA technical plenary at the Farmington Hotel, Walker told hundreds of regional delegates that West Africa's financial system are under increasing pressure from cyber-enabled threats, proliferation of financing, and other sophisticated schemes that threaten security and development. The criminals who threaten our financial system do not respect borders. Our cooperation must be, therefore, transcend national boundaries. Like I said, we are not merely participating in the GIABA process. We are dedicated partners. He said Liberia has made significant strides in reforming its anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing framework, aligning its laws and institutions with international standards, and strengthening coordination among law enforcement activities. That is our President, Joseph Walker, warning our partners that cybersecurity is important and critical in combating illicit financial fraud. Do us a favor while you are driving or in your offices, share the show, send in your comments, let us know where you are tuning in from. Let us send a shout out to those who are in your communities. We want to extend our greetings to Nimba County, Grand Bassa, Margibi, Riversess, the entire Southeast, Sino, River G, Maryland, Grand Jetty, Nimba, Lofa, Bong, Wapulu, Bomi, and Grand Kitmount. Obviously, Montserrat or Dopoh. If you're from the Kwa or the Bassa ethnic group, you say Dopoh. even for the mandate. The white people call it Dopoh. A city of more than maybe 1 million, 2 million, who knows? But when you travel to Liberia, it looks like everybody lives in Monrovia. You want to know how Monrovia is congested? Attempt driving. And see something that I call organized chaos. Those who drive in the Republic of Liberia, particularly Monrovia, they deserve a special certificate, Driving on the sidewalk, driving in opposite directions, driving in the third lane or fourth lane. And everywhere you turn, somebody has a siren. And the siren just keep going and going, and lights on top of their cars. Cars coming towards you with no plates, ahead of you with no license plates. 99.9% of those cars that are driving downtown Monrovia with no plates are government lawmakers. If someone hits you, if a government official car hits you and you take down the license plate, you are in it for yourself. You are on your own. That plate may belong to another car, and he took the plate off his car and put it on another car and just drive recklessly everywhere in Monrovia. The car may belong to his official Toyota Cruiser. Takes it from his official Toyota Cruiser and put it on his little Kia. And if he runs you over and you take the plate and you say it's a 2025 Kia, white Kia, license plate XYZ, you will quickly find out that the license plate you call does not belong to a Kia. You're back to square one. That's the Liberia we are talking about. I came across this headline in the Liberian Investigator. It said, Finance Minister Garguah said CDC left worthless national budget. And he vows the Unity Party will not repeat such. I'm going to read this. It's our job to read the news, report it as they are written, and it is left with you to decide. The Minister of Finance and Development Planning, Augustin Garguah, said the former ruling Coalition for Democratic Change, CDC government, left the country with a worthless national budget, noting that a mistake made by George Weah-led government would not be repeated under the Unity Party government. Garguah made his remark yesterday at his office in Monrovia during a press engagement with the media practitioners. He responded to numerous criticisms directed at the 2026 $1.2 billion budget. He used the analogy of a child trapped in a pit, seeking freedom from the situation, but seeing the unexpected wreckage of 5 or more feet below, rather than in the same hole. He explained that this is similar to the current UP-led government, which is trying to pull the country out of a terrible condition. But people don't seem to recognize or appreciate his effort. Garguah, in my estimation, you are the worst, most incompetent finance minister ever. Since you came to power, Mr. Garguah, you have not put forth anything, any development, any investment. You have not created jobs. You have no idea. Whenever you are in a jam, all you do is mention CDC. In America, they say you're giving your base some red meat. Some of your critics are saying that this is a distraction to take the heat off you, to not discuss the pending budget that have rewarded yourself and the 1% at the top, and neglect the civil servants, healthcare, education, agriculture. Instead, you want us to discuss CDC, the very government that you said did not deserve to be in power. In a few months, you will be entering your 3rd year, midway through your 6-year term in February. And you are still blaming the CDC. Someone sent me a clip. I guess our investment guru, I wish I could pronounce his name the right way, but I think Stanton Weatherspoon accused him of corruption. I think I'm going to try to pronounce his name, Ananuga. He replied that he would not spend his time responding to a convict like Stanton Weatherspoon, who basically is useless, he says, a thief, a fraud, and a man who is spending or attempting to spend his way out of going to jail. We usually try to stay away from arguments, street talks, internet salvo, social media salvo. But at times on Fridays, we kind of delve into what the folks are talking. What are they saying? If you are a regular person, in Liberia on the streets, are you interested in $1.22 billion? Are you interested in which government left which coffers healthy? Or you want someone who will come and alleviate your pain and your suffering I think when Garguah was coming to power, everybody was saying when he comes, he has the financial and investment pedigree. He has Liberia Peninsula. When he comes and he gives you that injection, you know, when we were young, they had this thing called penicillin. Is that what it is? The name is penicillin, I guess. It was the medicine that cures all. Every time you get sick, they take you to the doctor, give you a shot of that. Malaria or body ache, arthritis, headache, penicillin. So the Joseph Boakai government, the Unity Party, began to sell Garguah as the most experienced and qualified. And that when he comes, he would develop a financial structure that will alleviate our pain and suffering, and that the average person at least will bring home a livable wage. Going to year number 3 in 3 months. He is still blaming the previous administration for his deficiencies, his failure, his ineptitude. I remember one time people were saying, I guess he said, nobody under his administration, nobody is going to take home. I want to believe when he said take home means after taxes. No less than $150 in the Republic of Liberia. And people were cheering. Where are we heading into year number 3? We will call Myean. He's our reporter on the ground. He will have to tell us what are the people saying beyond the headlines. What is happening in the Republic of Liberia? What are the common people saying, things that are not on the headlines or not in the newspapers? The Christmas holidays is right around the corner. How are we feeling? What are the common people saying? What are the expectations? How are our market women, our teachers, our police officers, our DEA agents? Do they have to go and hustle? Like my Ellie used to say, Daddy not come home. It's coming Christmas. Will Daddy come home? Or will Daddy dodge coming home because the landlord is waiting for him? Yesterday, we went over the World Survey and Index as Liberia made another history, becoming one of the most worried countries on the planet. We made it in the top 10. Countries that are dying from worries. We also talked about things that make no sense. But we take pride in. Like Unity Party and CDC fighting over the SKD stadium, the lights. Whose light shines better than the other? In 2025, this is what we are talking about. 20 years and counting since we left the war and had our first elections. Democracy is over 20 years old in the Republic of Liberia. And we are right where we were in 2005. We are comparing lights. Who lights shine better at the stadium? Is it George Weah CDC light or the Unity Party's light? Let me welcome Myean. Myean Tobin, welcome to the show. I know you are on the ground. You are feeling the pulse. Tell us what's trending. What are the people saying? Is Daddy coming home? What's in the bag?
So, Mr. Gayman, I would like to appreciate you and our many listeners, viewers, and followers who always follow the Closing Argument show on this issue about who coming home, why you bringing home. Right now, Liberians are now really paying attention to that. Like we also hear recently again that the president is going on another trip, maybe probably for Monday. He'll be leaving Liberia for a 1-week trip. So I think that will be the next topic that Liberia will be concerned about. Why is he bringing back to the country? But we also have our guests back studio. I have the team there, and let me try to bring them on.
Let me welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Promise made, promise kept. We are in cyberspace. We are in cybersecurity. So for me, I don't know anything about cybersecurity. I'm going to find out what cybersecurity. I use that word all the time. I have no clue what it is. And like we say the internet is what? Is the global highway, whatever we call that. But we have no definition what it is. It's in vogue. So we say cybersecurity. Let me welcome Telvin. Telvin, welcome to the show.
Howdy. Happy Friday. Glad to be on.
Excellent. And let me welcome Ambassador Latem Daktong. I hope I'm pronouncing your name.
Yes, you are.
Or she was speaking in Bassa. Am I speaking Bassa here, or I call your name right?
Latem Daktong. That's correct.
That's it. Okay, Latem Daktong. Thank you very much. Welcome to the show. Is this your first time on our show?
No, I think I appeared on your show 2 years ago when I was Deputy Minister of Education at the time.
Okay, but thank you. For me, it's my first time hosting you, so this is, I'm giving you the cold water. You see how clean it is?
Thank you.
I come with clean hands and clean heart.
Thank you.
Welcome to the show, and it is an honor to have you on to educate us a little bit about your experiences in cybersecurity and what cybersecurity. For those who don't know you, including me, my first time meeting you, who is Ambassador Latem?
Okay, thank you for having me on your show today. Ambassador Latem Daktong is an educator. I have been in education for the last 20 years. I used to teach in the U.S., North Carolina. I taught at Shaw University, and I taught at Middle Creek High School in North Carolina. I moved back home. I opened what has become one of the largest universities in Liberia, Stars University, with about 3,000 students now. Subsequently, in the last, I started the university in 2018 when the former president got elected, asked me to serve at the national level. So I served as Deputy Minister for Administration for the Republic of Liberia for 6 years. And after serving my country, I have returned back to the university as chairman of the board, where we are now impacting knowledge at the university level. So, in short, I'm an educator who have prided myself on youth development for the last 2 decades.
Excellent. You know, for me, your college credential and all of that means nothing to me. But your high school, that's what I really like. Where did you go to high school? Because I know. Listen, we have more pride in our high school when you see CW having their stuff. You see Cathedral having it's a big fight over here. So what high school did you go to?
So actually, my high school in Liberia was Carey Baptist.
Okay.
I went to Carey Baptist.
Okay, so stay right there. All of our folks from Kehleboe Baptist, you have an alumnus here that you should be very proud of. So when you were in school, who were the other school that was your rivalry?
Honestly, I can't remember, man. To be honest with you,
it's all right. It's all right. We listen. Kehleboe Baptist, you have a hero here, and wherever you are, tune in and share this show with everybody that graduated from the high school. You are here, and you should be proud of your product. You see, before you get to the university, somebody has to give you a foundation.
Yes.
So I don't put too much emphasis on the college or the university, but the high school that prepare you to excel at that level. This is why we pay homage to our high school. So Kehleboe Baptist, you have a son here that we need to hail. Share this show. Call all your friends from Kehleboe Baptist. At least you have a rep here. Let me welcome our second guest here, Dr. Emmanuel Clark. Welcome to the show.
You bet. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Is this your first time here?
Sure. This is my first time. I normally don't do these things. I'm a behind the scenes guy.
Okay. Well, I have to welcome you. I gotta give you the cold water. There you go. It's clear. You see, you can see through it. My hands are clean. My heart is clean. We're coming to you fairly and squarely. But thank you very much for making an exception to join us.
You're welcome.
I just spoke to the gentleman from Kehleboe Baptist here. Tell us where you went to high school and how you got into this thing.
Oh, I mean, Latin doesn't, know much. Maybe he's forgotten. St. Peter Lutheran School back in the 80s used to be one of the arch rivals of Kehleboe Baptist. Were on the same side of the road. From there, I went to Tudman High School.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a Cardinal. From there, the University of Liberia. Then came to the States. Went to the New Jersey Institute of Technology. I started at Mercer County Community College. Then I transferred. I went to New Jersey Institute of Technology, where I got a bachelor, master's, and a PhD in computer science.
You know, I live in Newark. I went to Rutgers University in Newark, so I know.
Right across the road.
Right across the street. That's correct.
Yeah. NGIT never had a lot of pretty women, so all the pretty women went to Rutgers, Newark.
You see, I didn't want to say that, but it's good you said that. But in Barcelona, you see, these guys beat you so badly that you forgot about them. But gentlemen, welcome. Honorable Pewee, I know you're in Liberia. I can tell because it's dark back there. You see, we can't see you, but it's all right. You're like Niji, basically. You're like to walk in the night. It's all right. But Doctor, welcome to the show. I know one of you have to be real quick. Yeah, go ahead, Ambassador. Go ahead.
No, I was following up on what Emmanuel said, Dr. Clark. He and myself have a long, steady relationship. We've been in education. We've worked together, and we got more things to do together. So, Emmanuel, I didn't forget. I just chose not to remember.
So, Honorable Pewee, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Unfortunately, I'm not really home. Don't think that the place dark. I'm driving, so
yes. And I'm going to tell you the same thing I always told you when you were in Maryland. Please pull over, or when you get home, get back on.
Yes, I'm not the conductor. What should I say? I'm the passenger.
Okay, good. Keep your eyes on the road. Excellent. Well, let me start with our ambassador here. Like I've always said, what is cybersecurity?
For the layman that is watching,
yeah, for me, I'm a lay guy. Yeah.
So, if you have a house, you have physical securities, right? You build fences, you hire people to safeguard your house. Similar way, when we talk about cybersecurity, we're talking about protecting the digital space, what most people call the internet. A lot of things happen in our digital space, so you have to safeguard it and protect it. Just as you protect physical infrastructures, you have to protect digital infrastructure. So cybersecurity is that way of protecting the digital space. So is that simplified enough?
Oh, I'm in class. I'm a student. I don't know if it's simple, but I understand it because 2 weeks ago I had to go to my bank. Somebody have charged me, I think $317 on my credit card, and I had to go in and say, "Oh, your card was breached. Somebody did something," and they had to go and cancel the card and retrieve my money. Is that part of the cybersecurity you were talking about?
So let me emphasize on that as well. 20 years ago, if you wanted to rob a bank and steal money, you put a crew together, you got your guns, you ran into a bank, you put everybody on a gunpoint, and you robbed the bank. Today, you don't need to do that. Today, you can sit outside with a computer and steal any amount of money you want to steal from a bank without running in there with guns and armed robbers. That's the kind of threat that we are facing in the world that we live in today.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, share this show. Let us know if you have been a victim of cybersecurity. We are talking to the experts. They're going to help us maybe tutor us a little bit how to protect ourselves and our families and the little thing we have earned from getting into the wrong hand. Let me go to Dr. Clark. Dr. Clark, Ambassador and I have something in common. When I started my business 26 years ago, the gentleman that launched my program, his name was Dr. Talbot O. Shaw. He was the president of Shaw University. So you see how it's a small world. Dr. Clark, talk to us about your interest in cybersecurity and what made you to get into cybersecurity.
Yes, I started teaching computer science back in 2011 from the school I graduated from in New Jersey. When I graduated, and I went back to the school after I got my master's 2001. Over 20 years now. So when I went back, they said, "Oh, you one of our brightest students." So I started teaching. I started with basic computer concept, went to programming because I got a degree in programming there. From there, I went between Liberia. We did a lot of things that Ambassador Dotton attributed to it with academic institutions there. Then came back, moved to North Carolina, where I'm at right now. The little college I started teaching, I went to the computer science department, developed it, and started the cyber defense program with CAE, Center for Academic Excellence, where I was a key liaison between the some alphabet agencies of government and the college and high school, where we will go. My work was to go into the different, top of the line high schools to recruit smarter students. CAE stands for the Center for Academic Excellence. It's a secret program that is run by the U.S. National Security Agent, NSA, CIA, DOD. They go out and recruit the best students and put them through the cybersecurity and cyber defense program. Once you graduate from the community college, they send you to UNC Charlotte or to MIT. They have different colleges all over all over the US. Once you graduate, then you have to sign 3 to 5 years contract to work for the US government. But when we recruit you, we give you about $75,000 to go through the program. And Edwin Snowden and all those the rest of those guys that went through that same CAE program, they become an asset for the U.S. government to defend critical security infrastructure for the country, because we are under constant threat. That's how I got in the field of cybersecurity. Taught the course, then I do a lot of it privately for Liberians and Africans and different people all over the world now.
Wow, you guys are not sexy. What is sexy is my cussing and gossip and all of that, but the kind of work you do is not sexy, so you are not in demand. We want people who can come out here and do sit down. Let me welcome Toby. I want to thank you. These gentlemen have to go to teach. They took their time off to spend some time with us, a teacher, to give us a graduate course for free. Thank you very much. And your interest and what inspired you to get into cybersecurity? Toby, you are muted.
Yeah, I'm moderating. Wow, this is all about our guests. All right.
Yeah.
Nothing much. Toby here. So why you guys? Can somebody mute, please? Pewee, please mute. We're talking important things here.
You will tell your NSA guy to mute.
So what motivated me to get into cybersecurity? So I started as an IT auditor, and then I had a manager or director who is very technical, and she kept on telling me, Fofana, you're a smart person and all that. But I started to see how on social media in our space, how we were handling security, data security, just from a government standpoint, where people are using their private email for government interaction, and people were not really safeguarding the data, and some of the things that were coming on social media, and just how the whole network and how they handle government information, and it bothered me a whole lot. And so with that one day, I was just like, man, I need to go into cybersecurity so I can give back to Liberia, help to help the infrastructure there, put structure in place. Since I already have governance, risk, and compliance background, and so that's how I went into security. And so ever since, it's just been there. I still stay on the governance track. So I did a little bit of governance. Then I got into AI governance, and then I do a little bit of business continuity, disaster recovery. I'm actually certified in both areas. So I do a little bit of here, there in a consulting role, but that's what, and I wanted women in the space. I can't stress that enough. Everywhere that I work, it is either I was the only woman there, or it was just two of us, one in leadership and then one in team leader or something else. And I didn't like it. I felt like we needed more of us and more Liberian women or African women, period. And so I was just like, I need to jump in that space, and so they can hear my ugly voice and hear my accent and see my face. So hopefully that was short enough. That's it. So I just be on that path. So some of the things that I do also recruit women in the space. I also serve as a mentor for some global organizations like Asaka and different groups, and just mentor women that want to enter into either audit or cybersecurity. They just mentor them online and stuff like that. And sometimes, have those engagements offline where you can just tutor people one-on-one about getting to the space. But that's about me.
Excellent. For me, I have no clue. I run my own business, so every time the guy would come and stand over me and say, "You got to change your password." Every time they tell me to change my password, so much so that I be trampling over myself. I don't know which password because I'm changing it so often. So I know you guys got to go. Tell me, thank you very much, Doc. Let me go to the ambassador here. We are talking about the system. If I were to call you today and say, "Listen, I have a business here," somebody keep telling me to change my password every day. They kind of, maybe not every day, but maybe every other month or so. What is it that I need to do to protect myself and save? Is there a security? Is there insurance that I can buy outside of what I do, or just rely on someone like you?
No. Let me take it a little further, because when we start talking about cybersecurity, yes, personal protection is important, but there are very, very deeper layers that we need to look at beyond just passwords. To be honest with you, in the world we live in today, passwords are really not reliable. If a hacker wants to get through your system, a password is not enough. That's why you have to have layers of securities now, a lot of layers. Most of what we should be worried about is especially for me in Liberia right now, is institutional data. Most of our institutions in Liberia is vulnerable. I'm talking about educational institutions, financial institutions, health facilities. We are vulnerable because we have not yet started to put in place the kinds of things that is required to protect data. Because the most important thing, or probably one of the biggest things that people go after, is data. Data can cause, if the wrong person gets data, they can do a lot of damage to a lot of people. And for me, one of the things that we are doing here now in Liberia, just to expand on that, is at the university, we've started the first cybersecurity program in Liberia. My goal is that in 10 years, we have Liberians that can protect Liberia. And we cannot wait to do that. We started our cybersecurity program a year ago. Today, we have 500 students in that program. Let me also say a big thank you to Telvi. Telvi has worked with the university. She's worked with our females. Now we have girls in cybersecurity here at the university in Liberia that is liaising with international organizations that Telvi is helping them with. We are looking ahead. We are looking to protect major institutions, because I was in Ghana a few weeks ago when one of the major banks got hit and they lost over $12 million. There was an instance here in Liberia. I won't give you the full detail because I'm not allowed to. But there was a time in Liberia where revenue that was supposed to be transported, this was a couple of years ago, revenue that was supposed to be transported from an entity to the Central Bank of Liberia ended up in India, $2.4 million US. Luckily for us, we were able to work with the Indian government and recuperate that money. These are the kind of dangers we are facing in Liberia and in other countries. So we have to not just be consumers of technology. We now, as a country, have to start developing ways in which we can start regulating the use of these things so that we can protect our country. That's one of my worries. I've been working with the Liberian National Police. We've been working with immigration services to set up cybersecurity systems for Liberia. These are important because, like I said to you earlier on, the crimes that are being committed now are mostly digital crimes. And I was lecturing, I do guest lecture at the law school, the Arthur Graham School of Law. And I was saying to them just the other day, because of AI, right, you can manufacture any kind of evidence that you want. Imagine if you lawyers are making decisions on fake evidence, not knowing the effect, because nowadays you can use AI and do things just as real as anything else. The evidence that we'll be faced with as legal practitioners in the future, many of which will be created by AI, which will be used to determine life and death of people. This is the reason why we have to start preparing ourselves for what is to come in every sector. And a country like Liberia is far behind. Listen to what Emmanuel is talking about. This program he's talking about, I'm sure it's probably been in existence over 20 years. Or I stand to be corrected. We are just starting to develop the capabilities and the capacity to protect Liberia. The crimes Liberia will have to deal with come 2030, come 2035 would not be physical crimes. There will be physical crimes, but most of the deadly crimes will be cyber.
So, Mr. Gayman, you're on mute. You are on mute.
Yeah, tell me. I don't know anything about the terminology and all that. You the person here that would be.
I'm learning too. When Tato and there's a clock or come here, I gotta submit. No, I know nothing. In fact, they encourage me to come into this space. No, but you talk about something very important, and I wanted both of them to explain.
So maybe probably I can just chip in with a few questions.
After tell me you can come in.
Hold on there, because you started to talk about a password, but we're doing this for education purposes too. So I wanted them to talk about why we require people to change their password every 90 days and all of that, the risks that come with all of that, and why it's a good practice, because somebody sitting there may not understand why we say change your password and why it has to be a certain combination of letters and words and a multi-layer of not just password, but you have to put multi-factor authenticator and all those different things. So I just wanted both of them to just speak to that.
Correct. Go ahead.
Let me just jump in. Yes. The best practice for securing password is 90 days. You have to, every 90 days, you have to go in and change your password. Of course, you have to adhere to a certain length of the password, which has to be at least 15 characters. It's going to it's going to change within the next, by 2030, it's going to change, because we are more or less looking at living in a passwordless world, technological world, where there wouldn't be need to use any password, because of course somebody can eavesdrop, spoof, or get a screenshot on your password. So the best practice is 90 days. You have to do 2FA or MFA, multi-factor authentication, where you have to have a third way to authenticate your password, as well as, any of you, Mr. Gayman, I'm sure Tevi already is aware, and Mr. Darton, Latin is aware of that. If you give me your email address, I will tell you if that email was involved in some kind of data breach, because there's a way we can get to it. It doesn't matter where you are. Somebody can gain access to your password. In the US here, your social security number is not valuable anymore. It costs less than 25 cents. I mean, not 25 cents, it costs less than 5 cents, maybe 1 cent or 2 pennies. But an email address, which is tied to a lot of things, is the most valuable thing in cybersecurity. So always at the end of every month, or at the beginning of every month, is good. Every month you update your system, your phone and your computer. You install the latest updates every 90 days. We advise people, industry best practice is for you to have a password change, and don't use the old password. Make sure you come up with something different. When I go to Liberians' homes in the US, once I know the name of their Wi-Fi, guess what? I always guess the password. Most of them will put Liberia 1847 or Monrovia 1847. So admin 123. So I can easily guess it. But we have tools in cybersecurity, in Cali, and other specialized tools that we can use to crack your password or to break whatever password that you have created.
Wow.
Yeah. So let me just follow up on what everything he hit it on the nail. Everything he said is accurate. We are coming to a place where security is going to be, will be vulnerable. We are already vulnerable. We as consumers need to make it as difficult as possible for people to get hold of our information. You can, if you have a company, right? Most times people will track. People can use your trash to damage your organization. You'll be surprised the trash you throw out. People go in the trash, can find key information from the trash, and can bring down any company. So, like what they are saying, if those of you who are listening don't know what two-level authentication means, your password or whatever protection you have should not be good enough, or it's not good enough like it was 10 years ago. So, for instance, if you put your password in, once you get past that stage, it should take you to a different, user interface where you will have an authenticator. Mostly you can download it from Apple Store or from the Play Store, depending on which authenticator you are using, that will generate a code. And it does it every 20 to 30 seconds. And then you take that code, put it in before it allows you to move to your actual data. That way, for somebody to get to your data, they will have to not just only know your password, but they will have to get past that second protection where they will have to have those authentication codes to then get to where your data is. And now people are even going to third layer protections. So when we're talking about first layer and second layer protection, having a password, changing it every 90 days or 30 days, excellent. And now all of the major platforms are encouraging all of you. So even those of you listening, if you have Facebook, you will see something pop up every now and then and say, activate two-level authentication. That's very good. You can the same thing with Instagram and all of the different social medias we are using. So that a password alone is like you got an iron gate. When somebody break that iron gate, let them meet another iron gate before they actually get to the door itself. I'm trying to put it in physical terms. So once the guy is able to get through the fence, it shouldn't be easy for him to walk into the house. When he gets through the fence, he should meet an iron gate at the front door. He should fight to break that iron gate before getting into the house. It's important that going forward, everyone have at least two levels of protection on any major data that you have, your emails, anything that you think is important to you, try to have two levels of protection.
Yeah, you're right.
So a follow up to that, and to explain at two level, somebody may be asking like, okay, I want to do this two level, but what can I use? So I think maybe telling them some of the ways they can use the two factor, maybe 3 or 5 of them, or at least 2 or 3, so they know.
For me, one of the ones that I use a lot is the Google Authenticator. The Google Authenticator, I use it a lot. Most of the banking institutions have their own authentications. I know in Liberia, EcoBank has its own authentication. UBA have its own. You can go into the Play Store and download it. But especially for me, for most of my social medias, I use Google Authenticator for Facebook, for almost all my social medias. But then I use the actual banking authenticators. I have EcoBank, I have UBA, I have GT Bank. They all have the authenticators. You can download it from the Play Store or from Apple Store, install it on your phone, and every time you need to open your account or to do financial transactions, after putting in your password, it will take you to a screen. It will ask you for your authentication. Then you can use the institutional authenticator to generate that code for you to put in. But Google Authentication is what I use for most of my social media.
And at the let me just piggyback on what you are saying. It's all good, but that alone hasn't solved the problem of password hijacking. That's why the word technology we that are in the space of computer science and some of these developments, it has been in the pipeline for a long time. So the world now, they try to move to past wordless world, where of course everything will be biometric. Nobody can take your facial recognition. So even at that, somebody can do something we call session replay, where they will just sit on your screen. They will hijack the session. Once you do the authentication, they will replay that same session as if it is you. They gain access to your account. So especially state actor, advanced persistent threat actor, the state actor, those guys with the big money, you can't stop them. In cybersecurity, it's not our fight to beat the criminals. No, that's not what we want to do, because we know the criminals are ahead of us. In 2023, 24, the U.S. Cyber Command Chief, he resigned because he saw that the Chinese have whooped the United States when it comes to cybersecurity. They are in all of our critical infrastructure. So in cybersecurity, what we try to do is to be at equilibrium with the criminals. Even though the criminals are ahead of us, we are like this, we are down, but we want to be side by side with them. We don't want to be a little bit too ahead of them. They will see the vulnerabilities at our endpoint, and we don't want them to be too ahead of us, which they really are. We are playing catch up now. In Liberia, it's another thing. I sit here at my own home office, I scan the system in Liberia, and I see vulnerabilities. Sometimes the whole country, I see maybe about 25 to now 100 computers that are actually online, and some of them are not secured. So, but that is a conversation for another time.
Wow. Myean, you had a question?
Yeah, so on this issue, you kept talking about cybersecurity. So down the line, some of the students who are learning computer, some of them will only know about cybersecurity, and then they will just teach them the basics about cybersecurity, not to go in depth. But my question is, nowadays we are seeing AI all over the place. So I would like to know when the AI become one of the major major player within the cybersecurity space.
My phone is dying, so I'm trying to run to get a charger.
Okay.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, yes. You got a good backup here, so don't worry. You got a partner here. Dr.
I'm gonna be holding the fort down for you.
That's right. So AI is here to stay, because that was one my doctoral thesis was on. It was on genetic algorithm and artificial neural network, which has to do with biomimicry, is to make the computer to behave like human being or like a 2-year-old. So, but AI, in that research paper, I said that computers are going to self-destruct in 150 years, technology as a whole, because the system was getting intelligent more than its maker. But AI is here to stay. It's like it's going to do a lot of good things, and it's going to do a lot of bad things in the world if we don't control it. Even the grandfather, the pioneer of AI, he said the genie has been taken out of the bottle, and we cannot put it back. So artificial intelligence is a field that makes use of model. The model is designed by people. What the system does, what the algorithm does, it goes and indexes the entire internet. It makes copy of the entire internet. Imagine getting copy of everything that is on the internet. And when it asks you ask that system a question, it's like you have a dictionary, or you know everything on the internet. That's how smart the system, the algorithm is. And of course, it's powered by data center, powerful data center that's spitting out result that you ask it. And what in cybersecurity we are doing now is to use the model to plug into the application. You create what we call AI agent to monitor networks, to monitor system. Recently at Bank of Wells Fargo, what happened? The an entire department. What they did, they laid them off because they were doing fraud detection and reporting, contacting people. The system, they brought a new AI system to replace those people. It's fast, it never gets tired, it's repetitive, of course, it's automated. So when the system, the AI engine, when it detects fraud on a particular customer account, what it does, it calls that, it's supposed to call the particular customer, but the problem here was that the AI was not doing what it was designed to do. A lot of people would lose jobs. A lot of people would gain new one, and of course, it would develop into a whole new industry. You don't have to have a computer background to do AI. What we're using right now is called generative AI, wherein you give prompt to the system, to AI, and you allow it to do anything for you that you want it to do. It's like the brain of a human being that knows everything. And of course, it spits out exactly what you want it to do. And the problem here is that within the next 10 to 20 years, there wouldn't be that much automobile accidents on the streets in most Western countries because those cars are going to be powered by AI applications. The cars will see each other, they will regulate the speed, and they will talk to each other. And our fear here is that these cars, once they start communicating with each other, once they start to communicate with each other, they're going to make their own independent decision. And of course, it is against the law of robotics for the system to self-direct, to make its own independent judgment. And once these guys they start to talk, we human beings, we are going to be in trouble. But Liberia is still a virgin place for AI.
Let me welcome Johnny. Johnny, be good. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gayman, and thank you to Myean. Is it Tavi?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And let me welcome our guest. Is it Emmanuel? Sorry, I can't see too clearly.
Dr. Emmanuel Clark. Doctor,
the
man Erno.
So, Mr. Gayman, I can come here again.
Yeah. Come on in. Go with your follow-up question.
Okay, so with this issue, during my time learning about RT in high school, I was taught about the traditional part of it. So, do we care to break down the traditional cybersecurity and that the AR part, wherein you have AR nowadays, wherein you see the cybersecurity part of AR. So, do you care to break down the differences between the traditional cybersecurity and the AR type nowadays?
Yes, traditional IT deals with hardware and software interface, where it's a merger, it's a convergence between the hardware, those are parts that are manufactured by different entities, different organizations, different companies, and those component parts are built together, assemble, and make up a system. Now, that particular system is powered by software. That has been the way computer had been for over 80 years, starting back in the 1960s, 1940s, or maybe modern computer. Now, everything was designed around hardware. But what happened now, the hardware seemed to be too expensive to do everything. So software had to be introduced to drive the hardware and to bring proficiency and effectiveness in the workplace. So that was gained. The cost of computer was very high during the early days. Of course, if you look at Gordon Moore's law, as the production cost goes up and the price of things would have tumbled down. That what happens. Computers are now cheaper. I remember buying my first computer for $2,800. It was a Dell computer. So just ugly computer. but now I can buy something for that very cheap. So, but fast forward, the software got better. Then people started to say, okay, we got to allow automation. AI is driven by system automation, where the system will work without human intervention. That's what we're doing now. But those of us that have backgrounds and years of experience in the industry, we have come to realize that, look, with the evolution of AI, it will create a lot of jobs throughout the world. AI is going to create opportunities. I was just reading quite recently that cities around the world, they are using AI to help them regulate traffic lights. They use Google Maps to regulate traffic light, and that's a job. People use AI to do a lot of things, and those of our brothers and sisters that have the heart, that have the idea, you can go beyond generative AI. Quite recently, I was part of a group. I'm part of a group called the African Diaspora Council, and within the group, the Kenyans, the Tanzanians, the Ugandans, Rwandans, Nigerians, Ghanaians, they are actually ahead of us in Liberia. We are, I was just one of those few people, and those guys, they are doing cutting edge research. They're building model, because AI is just a model. What it does, it takes a snapshot of the entire internet. It knows everything about everything out there on the internet. When you actually use generative AI, tell me about Liberia, it will tell you about Liberia based on what it sees on the internet. Is it accurate? No. Maybe 95% or 98% is accurate. 2% you have to go and clean it up. But AI is here to stay. It will create opportunities. And of course, it could be the dawn of humanity if we don't regulate it. Even the creators are telling us we got to regulate AI, in that it would destroy us.
Wow, let me welcome Seleke Kromah, our intellectual from Kigali. And then after that, we welcome the truth in ink, Mr. Seleke. And then Honorable J. Victor Nagbe. You say we should order the legislature. I thought we're doing that. Seleke work, I know. Seleke, I told you about this. The next time you go hiding behind that thing, I'm not going to call you. Welcome, Seleke.
Well, you always left for doing Mr. Gayman.
Oh, you see? You see
Yeah,
how
but Dr. Clark, good to see you. I just got to know that you are the husband of Wanty Clark. She's a member of our global team, ANC. So good to see you.
Listen, man, listen. We're not here to get ANC free pass.
Free ANC, I
beg you. If I'm gonna get CMC now, then you're gonna be happy.
You're using AI to do background check. You're not doing background check on the man. You know his wife and everything. What's wrong with this man?
Education and make up promotion.
No, I just trying to recognize
you. Couldn't happen. You couldn't happen.
Thank you. So you get issue numbers are given.
Look at you see. Yeah. Come on, young man, go ahead.
Yeah, but I think there's an interesting topic tonight, and that's what I joined. I have a couple of questions on that o'clock. And for me personally, I studied international relations, but I've embarked on some tech courses, which allows me to be a freelancer. So, some part of 2024, I did a research project. I worked on a research project with an organization in the US called the National Research Group. So what we focused on was the research on the job market. So based on the topic was able to come away, we identified that most companies in the US, in order to hire people, even some financial institutions, they kind of set up that system wherein AI, to hire people, they use AI, in order to regulate people's resume and all of that. And some of those AI tools, they become sometimes biased to the extent they select more male candidates over female candidates, and all of that, even if different financial institutions that people go to apply for loan, all of that. So what can we do are there other AI tools? Are these different institutions? What are the companies of banks can use to kind of integrate for fairness, to be to treat everybody on a fair basis, so that when people apply, they don't get to choose people based on gender, and all of that. Are there tools available to mitigate that?
The system is designed, the algorithm is designed not to discriminate. It doesn't look at gender. It looks at the person, the name, the qualification. But if it is gender-based bias, that has to be looked into. Then the algorithm has to be reworked, fine-tuned in a way that when AI model for certain evaluation or certain vetting application out there, when it has a bias or when it's being developed, you have to feed the system with terabyte and terabyte of data. For example, okay, if you are designing an AI agent, that's what we in Africa, we need to start thinking about, designing our own AI agent to solve poverty. If you are designing it for bird, to recognize bird, okay, you say, you give it, for example, chicken. Okay, you say chicken, if you saw a photo of a bird at this side, this height, maybe you give it some kind of rooster from your village. You check you say it about this weight, this one. And of course, when somebody goes and brings a pigeon, not a pigeon, a guinea fowl, the same way, the same height, the same feather, there where the bias comes in. It will look at that particular guinea fowl and it will say, look, this is chicken. So the system is not, that's why we say it's 98% or 95% perfect. It's still learning. The system is learning. Most of these things are based on machine learning and pattern detection. That's why it's doing, because it has snapshot or index of the entire internet. And just imagine, how many, I don't want to say zettabyte upon zettabyte of data that currently exists on the internet. That's huge. So there where the bias is, but you have to, if you are using a particular agent to vet candidates for a particular position and the bias is against women, of course, women, we live in a patriarchal society, male-dominated society. Women will not get the same pay as men. There'll always be an intrinsic bias when it comes to hiring women. I'm sorry, I have daughters, but that's just how the world works.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that makes sense to you.
Yeah, thanks for that. But are we allowed to ask two questions?
Well, because there's so many of us, we got to circle to the other people, then we'll come back again. And Johnny was here first.
Oh, Johnny.
Yes, but what's Seleke? Not Seleke. So I wanted to add when you talk about the bias. Oh, there's echo there. So another way that I'm from the governance side, we use things like audit, or we use there are a lot of frameworks, I call it framework or standards. So like they got an EU AI Act, or they'll have the ISO standard AI management, they have the NIST framework, all those things in place. And then you have that man in the middle. So wherever that HR representative, they have to come in when somebody file case and stuff like that. So just adding to what Dr. Clark said. So there are other things in place that they can use to reduce that risk on the biasness. But Mr. Gayman, over to you.
Oh, okay, Johnny, your turn.
Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Clark. I'm interested in Liberia because that is the entire, concern for me and this generation. How do we move Liberia forward? So with the technological war we are in now, how can the AI or this modern technology of IT play a significant role in driving our development agenda in Liberia? And how can we also develop our own apps in this country? Like I want to develop an app in Loma, right? And how can we do such so that when you are in the Loma community, you can use the Loma app, or if you can speak Loma language, you can go in Loma app, and then you can use translation, all of that. I mean, I'm sorry for my, IT and computer ignorance, but I'm just thinking, how can we use this system to upgrade our development agenda in Liberia?
Thank you, Mr. Nagbe. Yes, that's a good question. AI would do a lot of good things for Liberia. In fact, technology will redefine Liberia's future.
Johnny,
somebody has something.
Somebody's listening and they got to
something. Yeah, he just muted.
Myean, can you mute everybody under the speaker?
No, it was Johnny.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Technology, AI, technology will redefine Liberia's future. And I mean, what you talk about getting an application built that can speak Loma, AI will speak any language in the world. Right now, we have in the world, we have 4,740 languages, known languages. And we only have 1,400 that has been translated and have books out there. And if there's a Loma book, you know what the agent would do? What they do with that? They take that particular book, feed it into the agent, and it will learn, the system, the machine will learn every word in that book and what it means. They train it. Actually, what AI does, what the application does, it trains the system to recognize every phrase, every accent. It will do that. But to take it further, with Liberia, we don't have the critical infrastructure that would drive some of these things. I went to Liberia to open a data center, the country's first data center, but I hit a snag. Oh, it's not lost. We can still salvage it. But like in this world, we live in a voyeuristic society. Cybersecurity, everybody spy on everybody. In the country of Liberia, we have infrastructure that are being designed by foreign and by state actors, the Chinese. They built a ministerial complex. They renovated the Capitol building. Of course, the Americans are there. They have Stingray Tower. They have Bluefish Tower. Every call a government official makes, it goes through the U.S. Embassy. They listen in on your calls, and that's the truth. In the cell system, I don't know if there was an audit or system audit of all the microphones at the Capitol building, if the Chinese Communist Party is not listening on the discussion that goes there. The walls, the secretive place, listening devices there, the Huawei equipment, telecommunication equipment that Cellcom, they're not Cellcom anymore, Orange uses or MTN uses, they don't have a device in it that sends data back to communist China. So, but the entire system in that country, I'm sorry, it is very vulnerable. So anybody that wants to make a secure call, you better don't make it through the cell tower in that country. You better make it through, WhatsApp. Of course, WhatsApp group can be infiltrated. I have gotten on different WhatsApp groups without me opting for it. So those are vulnerabilities. But AI, lady and gentlemen, is going to change a lot of things around the world for the good and for the bad. It can be very manipulative. It can be dangerous for certain instances.
Excellent. Let me go to a Truth in Ink. We have Dr. Clark here. He got limited time, but he's educating us. This is beyond my pay grade. So, guys, Eliwe, go ahead, Doc. You are muted, Truth.
Yeah, I just want to say a big welcome to the guest and the sister there. And I think the topic is very interesting. AI/cybersecurity, or perhaps technology. It reminds me about when around 2004, I had the opportunity to represent Liberia in Cairo, Egypt, when the international telecommunication was there. At that time, the ICT, the ICT,
information communication technology.
Yeah, it was just evolving in Africa around 2000 and 2004. Obviously, Liberia having been through the war, so it was actually behind. Most countries in Africa had picked up a little bit. But I remember part of the goal there was to highlight how much ICT could have transformed Africa. And the reason why Africa, which still remains the reason why Liberia could have benefited and can still benefit from those innovations, because the country was blank. You know, there weren't many, so the market was open, the people were new, and so it was quote unquote called a virgin ground to penetrate. And of course, we saw it. We saw how cell phone became just the ordinary cell phone, how it changed lives in the country. People were now, instead of waiting for somebody to go in packing, you send one letter to Maryland, take 3 weeks will come. You could place a call. So eventually, of course. So now that we have a new one, the AI, the artificial intelligence, as a move, it is the future. The world is only going to get further advanced in that. And I think Liberia can take advantage of this opportunity because of basically 2 reasons. One, we have a very young, youthful population, and 2, the land is virgin. So, but I just want to come back to ask to that. With that approach in terms of allowing AI to become perhaps a job multiplier, become a point where government can insert it into creating jobs. Because of course, you don't need more than a year. Somebody don't need to have a university degree to become an AI consultant, AI specialist, and stuff like that. So if you were to provide an advice to the government of Liberia, specifically in perhaps, let's say within the next, let's say 1 year, listening to the finance minister, in fact, he said they are now integrating a lot of digital system within its revenue generation process and all of that. I heard they have a lot of money within a budget in that regard, that they want to now go digital. They want to become more technology, of course, AI. And once you get with AI, you go digital, then of course it's also vulnerable to cyber crime. So what could be your own approach, practical approach, perhaps 2 or 3, that if the government of Liberia adapt in the next few months between now and next year around the same time, is able to create at least 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 jobs instantly without necessarily waiting for someone to get a first degree or so. I mean, just basically be able to read and read or high school and stuff like that. What could be your own suggestions, recommendations, and strategy framework in that regard?
Thank you, Mr. Fofana. Brother Dayton, welcome back. You left me in the mouths of the sharks, but thank you for coming back to be by my side. Yes, you know, it would be sad when it comes to the government, because the government's size has ballooned to a point that I remember back in the 80s, the size of government never had more than 15,000 workers. Now we're talking over 60,000. If the government, really wants to do this, to integrate AI into its work ecosystem, AI can be a job creator and it can be a job killer, because most of the processes in government, with the introduction of AI, people lose their jobs. It will be automated. A lot of jobs will go. I'm sorry. But those jobs can also be gained in the private sector. That's just how it is. And somebody wrote on this, I think, in the chat or on this program saying that I didn't answer their question about how we can better off AI. We can do that with policy, with more training, because you have to train the system. You got to feed it with data, and you have to look at other areas that you can use AI to generate money, to generate income or revenue. Children as young as 14, they are creating contents and they get being paid for it. AI can create jobs in agriculture, can change the way we do things, because the system will give you data on areas to plant. In Liberia, everything is there. We have the information, we have the data. AI runs on data, giving data. As I said, it takes snapshot of the entire internet to make its decision based on a model that is trained to do that particular work. And of course, we create these AI agents and put it into the application that is being developed. But the private sector, the job growth in the private sector will be good. In Liberia, we just have to focus. We have to zoom in, because we have the whole thing like this. We got to narrow it down to just small, to specific, and start putting our people to work. But if we say we're introducing AI in government with some of those agents and some of those automated processes, a lot of government jobs will be at risk.
But
So yeah, we're going one at a time, and I wanted Mr. Patton to speak to your question too, with him, putting our students out there, and he be on the ground too to answer. He probably came halfway on the question, so
since Dalton coming in, can I just add a little baby on a question for him?
Go ahead, my brother.
Go ahead. We plenty here, so we gotta get you.
Oh, yeah, so the little baby, I'm sure you heard the question. I wouldn't want to repeat it.
No, repeat it, because he came halfway on. So
what
don't get the question before the question. Just ask the main question and then add the baby.
Basically, how do we? Because first of all, there's a gap of close to 4 million jobs that is needed worldwide for AI specialists, cybersecurity specialists worldwide. But I'm saying in the context of Liberia, what specific recommendation that we could advance the government now, considering that the finance minister has said they have included in this budget enough money to transform from monologue to digital, and then perhaps take most of our revenue processes through the digital technological phase? What then could we recommend the government right now that perhaps in the next 1 year, if implemented, can create actual jobs, at least close to 1,000 jobs, with integrating AI into the system? And then finally, with the baby I wanted to ask was that why is it we have not included AI learning technology in as part of the vocational training we see in most of the we only send people to learn mechanic, carpentry, this, that. When of course AI is of course part of what the world is now. Even computer repair, why those things are not incorporated in those vocational training institutions that either run by government or other places?
Okay, thank you. Let me answer the question. I think what we need first and foremost is capacity building. Capacity building is critical. Yes, we can create jobs from AI. For how far are we behind will determine, and we are far behind. The first thing we need to do, the first couple of steps we need to do, is start capacity building in AI. So, for example, right now, at the undergraduate level, we've just started a MIS program, Management Information System, with specialization in AI. But at the higher level, the UNDP, in collaboration with the University of Liberia, is now developing a master's degree in AI. In fact, the curriculum development been going on this whole week. UNDP is sponsoring, the United Nations Development Program is sponsoring this. All of this week, I think they close today, because my vice president, most VPAs, most presidents and vice presidents from all the universities were part of this process in developing an AI curriculum for the Republic of Liberia. The first phase was completed today. They are now going to take the curriculum outside to get it vetted and other stages before. I think the goal is to launch that program in 2026 or 2027. I will speak to officials from the University of Liberia and from the UNDP next week. But we've already, from the academia side, started to realize that we have to develop capacity, because if we develop capacity, we will be able to then create opportunities. But we cannot just become users of AI. And one of the things that we have to be very cognizant about is we have to also become regulators of AI. Like my brother said, Dr. Clark, he hit it on the nail. AI will create jobs, AI will destroy jobs. How we effectively use AI, especially in a third world, underdeveloped country that is now trying to find its bearings and navigate itself outside of the many challenges we already have, we have to be careful. If we prematurely introduce AI into our workforce, into our institutions, without knowing how to regulate it and create boundaries for which we can use them effectively, we might end up having unintended consequences where we will do Liberia more harm than good. So instead of rushing, as much as we need to create jobs, we need to ensure our people are trained. Capacity building starts now, which is very important, so that maybe in a year or two, we can start. Our focus with AI, I say to a lot of people, and Telvi and Emmanuel might be able to co-sign on this, AI has been around for a long time. It has just now become mainstream. A lot of people, you've been using AI, you just didn't know. I tell people, take Netflix. How you think Netflix recommend the movies that you want to you? Because as you watch Netflix, right, it's saving data. It recognizes the kind of movies you like. All of a sudden, you realize Netflix will be recommending movies to you. That's AI working in the background. So we've been dealing with AI, but it has become mainstream. For Liberia, we can't rush it because we lack infrastructure. First of all, if we rush it, it might cause more damage for us. So I hear what you say, my brother, but we have to do this step by step so that when we actually introduce AI into our financial sectors, into our agriculture, into education, into all these sectors, it can be efficient, effective, and we don't compromise what we're trying to do as a country.
Let me just buttress what you said, dear friend. Recommendation, Mr. Fofana, you're asking what can we tell the government? What kind of recommendation we can make for job creation in the area? First of all, we have to build the infrastructure. AI, the cost of internet is very high in Liberia. Liberia pays some of the highest costs when it comes to internet subscription. We have just one pipe going into Liberia. There is no redundancy. When that pipe breaks, we're going to go back to VSAT or we find our way some other way. But we have to think about it. So, just recommending it is one thing, and being realistic, looking at the infrastructure is another thing. I occasionally teach graduate course at the University of Liberia, and the students, it's online now. The students, they come online with phone, they're in darkness. Many of them be in darkness. I'm like, look, they're on phone. I'm doing PowerPoint presentation. I was just with the president of the university at our LU's convention, our annual convention in Maryland, and I raised some of these issues. You're developing these courses, these degree programs, and of course, students are graduating. We don't have jobs. First of all, let us build on the infrastructure. jobs will go to Liberia. It's better to be prepared for an opportunity you don't have than have an opportunity you're not prepared for. So Ambassador Dalton, that's his area. He'd been putting out students. He had done that over time, and he knows how to do it. So now what the government can do, my recommendation is to bring down the cost of the internet, even for our students. I know they have LRAN in Liberia. You know, that's internet for academic institution, but the cost of fiber, the cost of internet is so high when you buy your data, your $5 data, by the time you look, it gone, according to a lot of people in Liberia. You know, and of course, AI uses a lot of data, the application, because you have data center it has to connect to. It's just not the application or the generative AI we are using. So one of the strongest recommendations is for the government to help improve the infrastructure. Let's take internet, the fiber in the homes, or that's part of it. Monrovia is not Liberia. We have something we call air fiber, where you can use the fiber and shoot it all the way to Kakata, and you can still distribute the same strength in Kakata as you would in Monrovia, so, or even Buchanan or Bummy. So, but we have to improve it, and we have to bring the cost down. That's the only way. And build the infrastructure, build data center, high powerful data center that will, Liberia has none, Ghana has, even Nigeria, but we are the oldest. We're still in the war mode. We need to go beyond it. But with AI, we're far behind. But we're not, it doesn't mean that we can't use it. We have a perfect storm on our backs as people. Mr. Gayman? The topic is so nice until I don't think I will go to my other meeting.
You're still. No. Siddiqui, we have to be. We have to be.
I'm waiting for somebody to go. You know, that's my area. That's my area to
No way. No. One at a time. We gotta have some structure here, Mr. Nagbe. Anything yet? So he gotta have his turn.
Well, let me thank you all, and hello to everyone. Thanks for joining us. Dr. Clark, I believe I heard you say you went to NJIT. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I didn't go, but my son did, and so I visited the campus a couple of times. But I live here in Jersey, so yeah, NJIT is pretty prestigious, well respected. I'm just trying to figure out, and I hear you say over and over how far behind we are in Liberia. And that's because we're lacking several things, even the basic electricity to, keep the servers running. Out of that, we don't have that, and so we're really far behind. But given where we are, it appears to me that there is beginning to be a concern in Liberia for, cyber threats. I think the government is now coming up with measures, I think, to counter that. I just wanted to know, in your estimation, how much are we really plugged in Liberia beyond just the cell phone that we use? Is government business, any business online, as far as we know? And if so, how much are we exposed in terms of threats from cyber threats? Hijacking servers here, ransom and all that kind of stuff that's going on all around the world.
Thank you for that. We don't have, there are cyber threats, but maybe I stand to be corrected by Brother Dighton. Most of the banks in Liberia, they really do not, their data centers are not in Monrovia. EcoBank runs out of Ghana. Most of them are out of Monrovia, and maybe, just maybe, since most of them are not really internet facing internally in Liberia, but outside of there, the only threat I can see maybe is maybe jackpotting the ATM machine, where you can manipulate the ATM machine if you ask for $40 US. It can give you $400 US. You know, is common here. The government in Liberia, they're still fighting with the cybersecurity bill that was written several years ago. They haven't passed it. The lawmakers, they are not looking at it to secure our critical infrastructure that we are going to build in the future. We don't have any SCADA system, SCADA, where we do manufacturing on a massive scale where some of those machines will be online. We don't have the water system. Maybe somebody can try to, the cyber threat could be from LEC. I don't know if the system that is used to recharge your meter, if it is online,
Right,
if it is not secured, somebody can exploit its own vulnerability and make sure and give people free power. Those are things you can look at. And of course, government ministers, they are still using public email addresses to communicate for official email business. I mean, Ambassador Dayton has done a very poor job when it comes to that. He has been on the forefront, educating people, bringing people in. He needs to make sure, bring these guys on the table and to tell them the threat. You know, it is very easy. I know. I know you come in, kick me on that, Latin. So those are vulnerabilities. Somebody can easily exploit the system. It happened in the past with, several government officials. Their emails were hacked. Every day is a thing in Liberia. People WhatsApp is hacked. People go into people email addresses. People spoof people email addresses and send out these email on behalf of people. That's why I say the best, the most rich asset out there for hackers is a person's email. If you can spoof somebody's email, you can do it, and you can have people do things on your part. But yes, the country is evolving. It's not lost. We have good opportunity out there as a country, but we just need to, there should be a little slight change in priority from the national government that will start looking at things holistically. Mr. Dalton?
Yeah, for me, there are two critical areas that I'm concerned about. One, first, just to bring you up to date, the cybersecurity bill has been passed. It was passed. It was passed last week. It's on board now to the president to sign. It's something we all celebrated last week because everybody's been advocating for it. That has happened. One of the major concerns, and you hit it on the head, Emmanuel, many of the banks in Liberia are foreign banks. And many of them have great cybersecurity teams. UBA, GT Bank, all of these different banks. But recently I was even talking to them. One of the things that breaks my heart, that 99.9% of these guys who are managing these cybersecurity infrastructures in Liberia are not Liberians. They're Nigerians, the Ghanaians. They are bringing these guys to Liberia. And so UBA, EcoBank, GT Bank, they are bringing expats pretty much. So, and most of them, this is not creating jobs for Liberians because they bring in their own citizens to manage the infrastructures here. That's a challenge because in the future, look, Liberia's data will be safe when it's protected by Liberians.
Exactly.
Ultimately, when it's protected by Liberians. So that has been one of my concerns. I've voiced it. I've talked. If you go to even the major cell phone companies around here, 90% of the employees are Indians, Nigerians, from different countries that are managing the high-level infrastructures, cyber infrastructures. You barely find Liberians at this moment. Now, Central Bank of Liberia, we have a very good, cyber team there.
No, not you there. We need to mute so we can hear you because there's somebody getting feedback.
Okay.
Everybody's muted.
Okay. At the Central Bank of Liberia, we have a very, very seasoned cybersecurity Liberian expert who is now helping to build a team there. Mr. Charles Dennis. I don't know if any of you know Charles Dennis. He's a very experienced seasoned cybersecurity expert. He's leading the cybersecurity team at the Central Bank, and he's making a lot of effort in terms of helping to build a team and bring Liberians on board. We will need in time to develop Liberians who can take over these infrastructures and create job opportunities for them. Because if you bring in people, I know some banks, I will not disclose it, who are paying guys 8,000 to 9,000 US dollars they're bringing from out of the country just to man the infrastructures. If we have Liberians making just a fraction of that, that would be great because most of the people that come here and work, they take the money out of the country. It don't stay here. So the big institutions in Liberia that are dealing with sophisticated and sensitive data is depending on experts to manage the infrastructure. We have to change that paradigm very soon. And we also need to, and one of the things that we are working on now is we need to educate the public about our vulnerabilities in the best way possible because you send a link to most people around here and say, oh, click on this link, you get a scratch card. And without even thinking, that person will click on it. Many of them don't even know that by just clicking on that link, they can actually be exposing themselves to high risk. So majority of the country is now aware of what the do's and the don'ts, and that is a serious problem. So we need to start generally, apart from educating professionals, just the basic things. We need to start educating our people because of the high literacy rate. Because if I'm working at a company, if I am attached to that company's network, if a hacker gets my laptop despite my naivety, he can get access to the entire infrastructure. Sometimes it does take one loophole to enter and cause a lot of damage. And something I wanted to say before I went earlier on, same thing Emmanuel said, people now don't want to take time to create sophisticated passwords. So for most people, the passwords is either your birthday, first name, and your birthday. To detect passwords and things now so easy because there are patterns and people have studied this over time and they can find a way to break them. I wanted to say that earlier on. Don't be uncomfortable in making your password difficult, writing it down and keeping it. If you born 1981 and your name is Telvi, your password shouldn't be Telvi 1981. I beg you. Because those things are easier for people to determine. But Liberia as a whole, there are several layers of things that needs to be done. While we are building capacity, we should also be, and I said earlier on, we've passed the cybersecurity law. It has been passed through the House. So it's gone now to the executive to be signed into law. Hopefully that happens very soon. Then we start creating policies that protects the infrastructure. There's just too much vulnerabilities from different areas at home now, but I'm optimistic because some of us are not just silent about it. We are talking about it. We are educating about it. We are having we just did a cybersecurity month where we did a hackathon. The my university, in collaboration with the Ministry of Telecommunication, we did a month of cybersecurity awareness across the country. We did a hackathon. We made sure thousands of people came and got awareness about cybersecurity. Those are things we can do collectively to change the situation in the near future.
Yeah.
That's excellent. I wanted to something you mentioned, and I wanted to add to using using the third part. I mean, using non-Liberians. But it was funny because it was concerning because here one of the things we're part of the work I do look at third-party contracts, and we're very, very concerned about cross-border data transfer. Especially with AI now. So we'll be looking at those contracts and looking at those vendors and stuff. What are you doing with our AI product? How are you using it? Are you using it part of your testing? How are you using it? Where are you taking it? Who's handling it? All those kind of things. So the risk, it's just so much other than just using Ghanaians and Nigerians, and our people are not seeing that. It's really concerning. But I just have to throw that in. But Mr. At that o'clock, I know you wanted to come in.
I earlier pointed out because I wanted to expand on it because you have to look at data sovereignty. Okay? You're a sovereign nation. You don't even have access to your own data. You see? And that's vulnerability right there. You have customers information. They're residing in some database in Ghana. You don't know what they're doing with it, even though you might be ignorant of the fact that it giving them insight on who you are, the different tribes, because data in this world is a new gold mine for any organization. So I hope that particular cybersecurity bill address data sovereignty, that the banks in Liberia, they need to have that data center in Liberia instead of it being in Ghana. They need to be forced to do that. I don't know if they look at that aspect, just looking at the critical infrastructure. And of course, you talk about the past. Well, let me just go back. Security and comfort in cybersecurity, they are inversely proportional. In that, when the higher the security, the less comfort you will feel when it comes to using the system, the application. Because normally when you log onto your computer and start using, or your phone and start using it without having to authenticate two or three times, that's just headache. People don't like that. I myself personally don't like that. But in order for security to be enforced as part of the control mechanism, it has to be that way. The less comfortable you are, the better secure it will be. I just want to point that one out. But thanks to the House of Representatives, of course, that bill is a work in progress. We have to design policies around that particular bill that was passed by the legislature.
Yeah, real quick, the bill that was passed, I have it here. I don't know whether it's the bill that the ambassador is talking about, but the bill that we just discussed 2 weeks ago that was submitted by the pro tem has very little to do with cybersecurity. It was about cyberbullying, about things that we consider to be basically the attempt to squash freedom of speech. They are talking about abuse. They are talking about gossip. They are talking about being liable for smearing people's name. That was what they consider cybersecurity. So I don't know which bill you are talking about and how detailed is that. I would love to have a copy. But what we discussed here 2 weeks ago in detail, that bill that was submitted came from Yobli Kaga's office, and it had very little to do with cybersecurity than actually targeting people.
I will get it on Monday and see if I can get it to you guys. I will send it to you once I can get a copy.
Thank you.
Okay. Curious to see that bill too, and I want to see what framework is they're using and stuff like that. It's very important. It's very, very important.
Yes. Let's talk about. I don't know much about cybersecurity, but I know one thing that our security team told us here. We are about maybe the only company in town that you cannot use our payroll check to take picture and make direct deposit into your bank, because our cybersecurity folks have made sure that nobody will penetrate our system that way. You cannot, everybody now, you give them your check, they take the picture, and then it connects to their banking account. we are the only company around here that doesn't do that. Everybody else does it. They get a paycheck, they just take the paycheck, boom, and it's in their account, and they give you back that check. So we are the only one that don't do that, and our cybersecurity folks are telling us that that is a dangerous way to get tapped into, to get cyber violated. Can you educate us on that payroll connection on that check? I don't know how viable is that.
Let me go first, Mr. Data. I don't know the background of this from whence he speaks, why he would advise you against online banking, mobile deposit. But the way to the future is that now, yes, they can be risk until if the only risk that can cause is if there is something we call blue snuffing. Blue snuffing is when another person is within a distance and he steals the information from your phone, but you're making it that the administrative distance has to be about 25 feet because Bluetooth, some of them, they are going further and further depending on the phone you are using, so that's it. But I don't know, because most federal banks in the U.S., they are protected under FDIC. Whatever deposit it is protected. I wouldn't worry about it, but you just want the convenience for your employees to have the luxury of mobile banking. But it is different. But maybe they are thinking about the mobile device being vulnerable, and of course, if somebody is on the same channel within your router, they're doing packet sniffing. If they have some kind of packet sniffing software that take the picture to send it, it will capture the packet in the on its way, like highwayman, like a bank robber that will stop your car and steal the money. So I don't know. There are different layers, other things to consider. But I think the online banking, mobile deposit, I think is a little bit secure for me. Or you just do just do deposit, just direct deposit. If it will not cost the business too much money.
Yeah, we're doing a direct deposit, but we're not doing the how they call it, the one you're talking about.
Yes.
So,
okay.
Go ahead, Tank.
Can I go now?
Yes, go ahead.
Tevi,
can go, and then Seleke can go, and Mr. Nagbe can go in order. One question, please. Yes, you can go. I think he's having some technical difficulty.
I don't want to ask a question. I want to share my view.
Oh, you want to share your view? Is that a comment? Is it a comment? You want to make a comment? You're breaking up. We can't hear you.
I told you to start using that cheap button.
So we'll go to the next person until you can put yourself together. So Seleke, move forward.
Yeah, he's always going
for Liberia. He's still using it. Stop using button phone. Go get yourself a real phone.
Man, I'm not using cheap phone, man. I want to make the thing more interaction, engaging the academia and the scholars in the field. I think it's a very
why you always
why you breaking up?
I think you the one says on sideboard that was.
Yeah, but truly, as you engage, just be mindful. There are so many of us. So can you make your question very short?
Go ahead, Ing, and then after that, Mr. Kromah will come in. Go ahead.
My brother there, he has been heavily involved in the whole thing. First of all, I follow his university, and when I read the profile, I supported a couple of students there who were doing the MIS program. I was interested because, of course, there isn't any exclusive university in Liberia that I know, and I stand to be corrected, that concentrate or complete discipline to the issue about computer science, cybersecurity at that level. Most of them would just teach the basic computer. So I thought, well, that is a foundation that we could, use and then eventually spread it out and go there. But what I was saying, you talk about preparation being made with the UNDP and others with regard to creating a program, perhaps at the university level, master's level. And my issue was, yeah, that is true, but I think beyond that aspect where a person will want to get a degree in the field of perhaps AI or cybersecurity, I think there are some. I'm speaking it from a vocational point of view because, for example, Kenya has developed a huge network of cybersecurity. Some of them closer to the extent that Kenya is serving as a hub now to provide solutions to other big companies across the world, like SEMA and other countries across the world. So they have those hubs in Kenya and other places where they use their people to provide cybersecurity coaching on the phone and call center, the different stuff. And most of the people there, they are not graduates of a degree, but they were trained into the field. So basically, it was from that point I was coming from, equipping it to vocational training, equipping it to vocational training where the person can have hands-on. Because like I said, the war is in need for more than 4 million people. And what makes it important is that, like America and other places, they don't want to pay, some of these companies don't want to pay the $20, $25 an hour. So whether Liberia can tap into that, like you have that center, train the people, get that connect, and then, they become a center, a hub where you pay them cheap labor. Liberia is a cheap labor because that's what's happening for most countries here. If for example, in America, they get a business in Nepal, Philippines, and stuff like that. It's not necessarily based in America that control these different. So it was from that point I was speaking. And also just to end on this to say, Liberia has an intense and extensive network connectivity. Then Ethiopia, Liberia is around 27% penetration. Ethiopia is around 19%. But Ethiopia have been able to exploit and make use of that compared to Liberia. So I'm saying, and I'm happy that you mentioned that the law is going to go in place. Probably we can formulate a good policy around it. But I think that there must be some urgency as opposed to saying, we don't need a rush. I agree. But I think because not many people coming to say they want to invest in our diamond mine, in our this, our that. How then can we create these jobs? Because look, in the next 5 years period, if unemployment remains the way it is, I'm not too sure we can have a very great country. So I was just thinking, how can we tap into this urgently with people like you who are already in it, create that opportunity, create a big platform that people can solicit, come to Liberia, make use of our workforce, and then we take it from there. It's happening in Ghana, it's happening in Kenya, Rwanda, Nepal, and Philippines. So that's the point I was just trying to make conclusively.
Okay. I think that question was answered earlier, so we'll go to Seleke.
No. I mean, let me just
okay.
Let me just talk on it. I thought he was addressing it to Ambassador Darton. So I'll just pick it from there. A VOTEC is a big thing for the government in Liberia. Vocational and technical education is a big thing. Was recently with the Minister of Education. She came to Winston here. We talked about it. We have several articulation agreement with colleges and universities here in North Carolina. But yes, you can prepare somebody from high school straight without them going to university to get a tertiary degree, to get a bachelor degree, to preparing them for a job. But some of those jobs, like when it comes to cybersecurity, infrastructure security, system security, or even network, some of the Western companies, they don't like to outsource it to a third party. Few of them would do, C2C, or they would just bring people in. So yes, I think we still need to do it. There are opportunities that currently exist in Liberia. We need to train people. We need to provide opportunities for companies to come and invest. That's because the service industry actually is what going to really define Liberia, develop Liberia in the private sector. They have done it in India, the Philippines, even Ghana, South Africa, Tanzania. On the private end, Telvin knows about it. I train people in cybersecurity, and some of these people, they come through my program, and after graduating, they get a job making $140,000. I've been doing it for years. Students, the success rate is very high. They come once you get your test, you pass the exam security plus certification CompTIA, then because you have to do at least 100 hours of internship with my company, then we prepare you, give you job ready skills, and you go work there. The training, 60% of the training is dedicated to hands-on. We teach you how to hack computers, cell phones, and even applications and network. And we also teach you the countermeasure, how to protect them. Just last week, one of my students, Harold Davis in Liberia, he was so happy. He passed the exam. I trained some of the students come from Liberia, Nigeria, Angola, Rwanda, Canada, and all over the place. And they come, get this degree, get this certificate, not even degree, it's 16 weeks. It's a full semester. We meet 3 days a week, and they come get it. And some of them are working, some of them, their lives have changed. Some of them came from the background of driving truck, like one of my students. What he said, I don't drive truck again, but I drive a lot of Tesla. So it's changing life. But we can do the same thing for our people in Liberia, Mr. Fofana.
Excellent. Seleke, go ahead. Kromah.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Yeah, I have two into one question, and I hope I'll be allowed to.
No, we're only one at a time. We have to let our viewers call in.
Tell me why you don't let ANC people. Why you do that like this?
Seleke,
go ahead. I'm with you on this one.
Yeah. So this issue about AI taking people's jobs, I just wanted to know, how can we embrace AI? Somebody's unmuted. I don't know.
Guys, let's mute.
Okay, good. So how can we embrace AI? Because for some, it's going to take people's job, but for others, AI help, especially people who are doing remote jobs, to the extent that you don't even need to be an accountant or whatsoever. Once you have opportunity, you can actually do most of these remote job online using different AI tools to do these different projects. So how do we, especially for a country like Liberia, where we are kind of not embracing AI? People have so many negative talk about AI in Liberia than the positive. So what can we do to kind of embrace AI, to consider the positive impact AI is making around the world? That's the first question. Secondly, and the second question specifically to Ambassador Lighting. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name well. You spoke about the LTA project with your school where you went to different counties. How do you think that project really impacted Liberians? Because LTA told us that they were training, I don't know how many thousand young folks, about digital, marketing, cybersecurity, all that kind of stuff. How do you think, was that project successful? Because you just mentioned that you partner with LTA. I don't know if it was on a project or another project, but I would like you to speak about it since you own Stars University. Thank you.
The project that I spoke about was not with the LTA. I said that we partner with Liberia Post and Telecommunication. Those are two different entities. Post and Telecommunication is different for LTA. So we actually partner with Post and Telecommunication to do the cybersecurity awareness. But then let me go back to address your question. I actually did work with the LTA to do the training that was done for the thousands of Liberian students. Stars University was one of those that implemented it. Was the training good? Yes. Was it sufficient? No. It was a basic foundational learning that we did, but that program is something that requires at least 2, 3, 4, 5 different layers for our students to really grasp what they needed to grab. So the first program actually was just pretty much introducing young Liberians to the idea of, right, ICT, understanding the basics and technology. It wasn't a long program. It lasted for 10 to 12 days. That is not enough time to give people real foundation. But it was good to see young people who had never used an email before, who never touched a keyboard before, who was afraid of the computer to start gaining confidence, sitting in front of a computer, touching the keyboard. It's a start, but it requires a way more than that if we are going to start building serious capacity amongst the young people. So the initiative was good. I don't know if it will continue because it was Abdullah Kamara who was the LTA chairman at the time when we did that initial program. They divided the country into regions. So I managed the students that were in the Painesville area, in the Brownsville area. I trained about 3,000 students in that program. But like I said, it was good awareness, but it was insufficient. We need more training so that our young people can get really, really, really confident and cognizant with ICT. Right now, STARS runs 2 colleges, right? We have a business and an ICT college. Well, our business college is very small. We have 3,000 students. The majority of them are studying ICT. About 2,600 students are studying ICT. So I'm dealing with a heavy dose of Liberian kids who are actually passionate about ICT and are learning the areas. We started capacity building a long time ago. And I'm optimistic because of what I'm seeing. We have 3 young men who graduated from STARS several years ago who will be receiving a PhD this year from China. The 3 Liberians coming back with a PhD in ICT. Romeo Kuya and 2 other young men. So by December, we'll have 3 of them coming home with a PhD in ICT. Those are the kinds of things that excite me. At the university right now, we have at least 240 girls that are studying different areas of ICT. But we have about we have about 400 girls that are studying different areas of ICT. But we have about maybe close to 100 girls now that are in cybersecurity. And little by little, we will develop. I'm one of those people who I like to look at the realistic picture because I've had the privilege and the blessing. Liberian students are some of the smartest kids in the world. They just don't have the resources and opportunity to learn. I taught in North Carolina. I taught Chinese kids. I taught American kids. I taught kids from every country. I taught in America for close to 10 years. High school, university. I've taught kids from all around the world. You put a Liberian young person in some of those spaces that those young people are in, they dominate. What we will need to do, and I'm working with people like Telvi, Emmanuel and I, Dr. Clark and I have been working for decades. I think we will still work together on many other things. What I'm trying to do now is we have started an innovation club, right? Spot the exceptional talents and find opportunities for them to go outside, advance themselves and come back beyond the bachelor's level. Exceptional talents. Over the last 3 years, I personally have sent over 30 persons to China, Australia, and to America. And I've paid for them to get master's degree. What we do at the university every year, we send 2 people overseas to go and advance themselves. In my small way, I think we are trying to create the capacity for the future. The government, when we were at the Ministry of Education, at one point I served as Deputy Minister for Education. One of the things that we did was we visited countries all around the world and we told them, look, we really don't need scholarships for bachelor's level. We were very open with them. We believe we asked them to provide scholarship at the master's level, at the PhD level, but also just piggyback on what Seleke said. One of the things we did was ask for a lot of vocational scholarships, because not every child can get a degree, but every child can get some kind of skill that can be productive to society. So one of the things, I'm not with the Ministry of Education right now. I know the team that is there very well. I know Jasso very well. One of the things that I will hope that on a grander scheme, right, we continue to look for opportunities within the ICT sector for Liberian students to go beyond what I'm trying to give them the foundation. But I also understand the foundation would not be enough to handle the challenges of the future. So we all have to continue to work together to ensure that these guys go overseas, come back, advance themselves, and they can help and solve some of the problems that Liberia will face in the very near future.
Yes, Mr. Kromah, Seleke, can you please repeat your first question? Let me address it. I didn't write it down well. Please.
Okay, so the first question, and thank you, Mr. Ambassador Lighting. I don't know if that's it, but thank you for the
that's fine. Yeah.
explanation. The first question was based on this narrative where people are concerned about AI taking people jobs. You know, everybody's saying, "Oh, by 2050 or whatsoever, AI will be taking people jobs." And if you look at some developing countries, even today, I watched a video where they put a machine together. You just go and put your hair in a machine. If you get a bushy hair, your hair will be low. If you everything, you know, and they build that system using AI. You see, some other countries, AI is doing delivering all of that. But with all these challenges, if we don't embrace AI, you know, you're not. Once you embrace AI, basically, you're gonna stand a good chance, or you stand at an advantage of that. But countries like Liberia, for example, we kind of get a negative perspective about AI than a positive. So what can we do? That's what the first question. What can we do to sell the positive, image of what AI is bringing, especially people that are doing remote jobs? Because I know there are some people, they are not accountant, but they can do any jobs remotely using different AI tools. Thank you.
Thank you. AI shouldn't be something to fear or not to fear. Its power is a powerful tool that is being put in the hands of millions and millions of people around the world. As I say, it's going to create a lot of opportunities around the world. Even in Liberia, we should just use it to unleash its great power for the goodness and greatness of the people in Liberia. AI is here to stay. The genie has come out of the bottle. We cannot put it back. There must be some guardrails that we put in place legislatively by the government to curtail some of the bad things it would do. As I rarely said, vocational and technical education, you have a very young population in Liberia, should be a place of focus and introduce AI there. Even here at the ELC, early learning, and high school level, they are introducing AI here for students just to get them familiar as they go through their academic journey. But in Liberia, it's an opportunity that is evolving, that is going to be harnessed. But there will be downsides, because quite recently, it was, I think, last year or the year before, 2024, last year, a guy hacked the Hong Kong bank. He was able to successfully steal, I think, $23 million He called the bank executive. He had a meeting with them, created all these fake AI characters, and they interacted. And the CFO was able to wire money just like what we are doing, and these were just all avatars that he used, and he was able to get away with that money without even, using gun to do that. So there are risks and there are opportunities. Liberia will, our young generation, the people are smart. The people there, we just have to create an avenue, the environment for them so they can thrive and do better for our country. Even though the country, technologically, cybersecurity wise, is still vulnerable.
Thank you. Let me welcome Mr. Anthony Gay Sr. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you very much. What a fascinating conversation. I want to say thank you to Dr. Clark and can't see his name clearly, but the owner or
Mr. Daton.
From
Ambassador Daton.
Ambassador
Yeah.
Daton.
Thank you very much for such a wonderful conversation, because technology is something that Liberia has been overlooking for many, many years. Up to this point, I always jokingly say that, why all Liberian government officials using Gmail, right? Even Dr. What's his name? The former ambassador to Washington, D.C., George Parton. I still have his call card in my wallet. And on that is George Parton4 at gmail.com, right? It's not an official email address or government email address. That is not a good thing. Now, Siddiqui asked a question, and I heard you saying, you've been helping students and you're looking for the brightest and smartest students, to be helped. That's true. You are taught in the United States, and across the United States, there is international student exchange program across the United States. Have you ever thought about, working with the Liberian legislature to, channel a partnership where Liberian students, those smartest ones that you have identified, or someone who can be identified across the country, to be brought to the United States and explore that opportunity as well? Because many students from across Africa, I work in IT, but before I worked in IT, I worked for Comcast for 10 years. And I used to go in people's home, and I came across, when I was assigned in Delaware, I came across a lot of students at the Delaware State University, where we want to install that internet service. And many of them came from like Ghana, Ethiopia, Kenya. They came on the student exchange program, and out of my curiosity, I put one to the side. I said, "How did he really come here?" And at first he was hesitant, but he was like, "Oh, it was through our government, and we did this student exchange program. That's how we're brought here. Some of us will be here for 2 years, some of us will be here for 6 months, some of us will be here for 9 months, but the least time is 6 months." So these things are here in the United States, and I just thought to bring that up as well. And Dr. Clark, thank you for your service in training people in that field. Look, technology is something that we need to.
You're on that field. Welcome.
The technology, man, you ain't got technology. What's wrong with you? No, you outside.
Outside that confused. He got a call. He got a call.
Hey, Mr. Gayman, I know you're gonna explain this. I did not use my iPad. I'm using my phone to come online. It was a conference call. I was supposed to be on.
That's right. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So, we this is my first time to come across the platform where technology in depth in this fashion, and I'm fascinated about it, right? Because we really need to take the opportunity to improve ourselves. I'm against our passport being printed by the Ghanaian company. I'm against the Ministry of Transportation, outsourcing the driver licensing to foreigners. I'm against all of those things. I cannot be here working in IT where people are protecting their homeland of data, and we are outsourcing our data to foreigners. So yes, when I see Liberia in this field, I feel I owe it to my country, and we need to do what we can do. Dr. Clark said something. Redundancy is annoying Liberia. When the one pipeline and that one fiber breaks, that's it. You're talking to a guy who splices fiber, all type of fiber, right? So when he talked about one channel going in, I was like, oh, this guy knows exactly what he's talking about, right? And so I'm impressed with this conversation. That's why I came on, to chime in a little bit.
Great. Well, for some of us who are novices, let me welcome, because I'm still using word processor, so I'm way behind. Dr. Peabody, welcome.
Good to see you, Mr. Gayman, and good to see everybody. Good to see my boy, my good friend and brother, Professor Clark, and good to see Mr. Deton. Good to see everybody, man. Welcome up to the Closing Acumen. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, can I go ahead, Mr. Gayman? Can I ask my question?
Go ahead, man. You're next. On the Price is Right.
Professor Clark, I'm concerned about, about maybe 15 years ago, I wrote my senior capstone in undergraduate on technology and humanity. I wrote about technology and humanity, and how technology will take over humanity in time to come. And apparently, it seems like that senior capstone project is working. Nowadays, you don't need a lot to people who even stop in 6th grade now can write a letter that appear to be like a college graduate or even more than a college graduate these days. So let's talk about AI. What is AI going to do to humanity, Professor?
All right, thank you for that question. In my doctoral thesis, I predicted that technology would self-destruct in 150 years. But I mean, the advisors and those who signed off on that, I hope they're not listening. I think they were all wrong. Yes, but especially with the evolution of AI, mine was, as I said earlier, genetic algorithm and artificial neural network, or something we call biomimicry, to make the system to behave like human. Mine was centered around the brain of a 2-year-old child that is highly developed. So, but looking at the evolution of AI that allows you to do almost every and anything, that particular destruction will come a little earlier than 150 years, because the system are learning, because the engine that drives some of the AI applications and products out there, they are machine-based, machine learning, pattern detection. They're building their own neural networks, where they are connecting and interconnecting and making sure that the system become autonomous. But we don't want system to become autonomous, because when the system becomes autonomous, what happens is that it makes its own decision, and the system is not supposed to make its own decision. When the system is allowed to make its own decision, we humanity, we are put at risk. A 6th grade can write almost a letter that it could be that of a PhD holder, just using AI prompts. These powerful prompts. People are writing books in record time. So this is the age of knowledge. Those of you guys with the background in religious study, somewhere there they say knowledge will increase in the last day. So look, but it is a perfect storm. It is I think we need to embrace it, not to fear it, but we need to regulate it, control it while we unleash its unforeseen potential, because the system, what we're seeing with AI right now, is still in its developmental stage. We are not yet there. We're still scratching the tip of the iceberg. It's going to get bigger and better, but humanity, we have to be prepared. Liberia, we need to build our infrastructure. We need internet penetration within the country before we will get the full benefit, and we will use, when I say in the country, in Liberia, because there are a few people that are using the internet, less than 30%. I mean, of course, other countries are using 19% instead of the whole 100%. So yes, Reverend Dr. Peabody, look, AI would do a lot of great things, and it might do a lot of disruption in our daily lives. as people.
But Professor Clark, I believe somebody have asked this question before. I hope I'm not repeating. But what would AI do for Liberia, for a culture that, let me say that where maybe 60% of the population. Let me not before somebody start cussing me here. Maybe let me go up high. Let me go up high for somebody.
But only 20% have access to internet, so
yeah, you know. So I'll just maybe 60%. Even the university students don't have access to internet or even laptops and things like that. What would AI do in Liberia? How can Liberians benefit from AI? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, Liberia would benefit once we start bridging the digital divide. Currently, there is huge digital divide. Even though there will be something we call galloping technology, instead of everybody getting phone line that will enable them to connect with a fixed fiber line for the internet, they will use wireless connectivity. And of course, the exploitation explosion of technology will come from the private entity, private individual. They will start donating computer, and far too long, within the next 20 or 30 years, you will see computers being used in villages, and you will see internet there. Once we have certain levels, or those levels of digital penetration, then we'll say, yes, AI will take center stage once the cost of the internet access in Liberia has come down, because while the cell phone companies, CCL is not doing a good job to stem down the cost of internet. Cell phone carriers, they are doing price gouging. And of course, Starlink is there. People are using their personal Starlink to do business, and it's still price gouging. So we need to put some mechanism in place where technology will be widespread. It will become ubiquitous in Liberia for the development and for job growth in that place. Reverend Peabody, Dr. Peabody.
So we have 8 more minutes to go. We're not going to go over 3 minutes. We're not going to abuse our guest time so they can come back again. But I wanted to remind the viewers, I'm sure they have questions. They've been commenting. If Myean can put some of the questions probably on the screen, they can address it. If not, the numbers are on the screen. If you have questions for Dr. Clark or Ambassador Taton, feel free to call in. And if you feel comfortable calling me or any one of us, you have our direct numbers or messenger, call us. We'll put you on speaker. You can have your question. You can answer your questions. But while we wait, I wanted to, Dr. Clark, I wanted to speak to this. That's some of the myths, out there. People say, AI is going to replace my job. AI is going to replace our job. It's going to replace my job. So I wanted you to speak to that. And I also wanted to speak to some of the dangers of the overuse of AI. Like you said, you got to go the bath, but some of the overuse, especially with the limited resources, limited knowledge of it in our landscape. So I just wanted to address it while we wait for calls.
Yeah. AI, of course, people have the right to fear the evolution of AI. AI will shrink a lot of jobs in the sense that when I say shrink, it will reduce manpower and it will create jobs in other areas. In terms of our Liberian government, if that's a fear, if the government wants to use some of these applications that are AI powered, it means that some people will have to lose their jobs so the tax can be automated. Nobody has to be there to make sure that if you go online, you can register and go and pick up your driver's license somewhere, or your license plate somewhere, or do something to just instead of waiting for human to do that. So basically, those are some of the things. AI will create jobs in, in the service area, even product development and research area, because what it does is that it has access to everything on the internet. It goes in and dig deeper than you can see. Even in Google, I was teaching my class Google Advanced Search, that a lot of people are not aware of. They just go to Google and put something there to look for it. But Google has an advanced search that you can use to go deeper into Google, because Google owns the internet. They index the entire internet. Bar does a good job. Google AI does a good job. We have Copilot, we have ChatGPT, different chat boxes are evolving. You can use it for anything. But personally, on the job level, what happens is that, yes, there are certain mundane tasks that are going to go away.
Okay, excuse me, Doc. The calls are coming in. Your name and where you calling from?
Hello, hi. My name is Abraham Nebo. I'm calling from Minnesota.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it appears the guest is well knowledgeable on the subject of AI, and I do like that a lot. What I would like to see do more is focus on how can Liberia truly adapt, because to me AI is the ultimate equalizer, right? And AI can help Liberians bridge that divide as far as that knowledge gap. Now, what are we going to do as Liberian to stop bringing that technology early into our school system so our young people can start adapting that technology? Because the level of innovation that can happen with AI is immense. So I would like to talk the guest to speak to that more, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Caller. I think I spoke on that. The only limitation here for the adoption of AI is the infrastructure that is lacking in Liberia, and the penetration of internet. The cost of bandwidth is a little bit high. And I spoke on that at the ELC level, where schools here in the US, they have adapted, they started introducing AI at a very primary level. When I say primary, elementary school, middle school, and high school. We need to also do that in Liberia. We need to invest in AI when it comes to VOTEC, vocational and technical education. But the only thing that may hamper that is the lack of power in those various schools, because Monrovia is not Liberia. We cannot focus on Monrovia and negate the other parts of the country. It has to be something of equilibrium. Okay, so yes, AI, if we harness the power, it can do a lot of great things for Liberia.
So where should Liberia start now?
Your name and where you calling from?
I'm James calling from Maryland.
Go ahead.
How you doing? This is actually a message, or so maybe a statement for Dr. Clark. I just listened to your expose, man, and I must say I'm very impressed. I have tried getting into a Security Plus, CompTIA, cybersecurity on my own self-study, but I've always lost the urge sometimes when I get a little farther. So for Dr. Clark, I just want to let you know, man, I sent you a message earlier in your messenger. I'm going to be enrolling in your January class, I think January 12th. So if you can read that message and get back to me, man, because I'm very impressed with your expose. You actually know your stuff. Like, I've done a little bit in it, and I understand the intricate part of it, but I think with your knowledge and help, I'll be able to go further in it. So that's all I want to say, man. It's not a question. I appreciate your time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Clark, before you go to him, I want you to do me a special favor. AI for dummies like me. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I mean, Dr. Peabody.
Dr. Peabody, are you with me? AI for dummies?
I'm here. Are
you with me? AI for dummies.
Yeah. My question is. Yeah,
no. Wait. Yeah, go ahead, Doctor.
Professor Clark is getting a lot of students from tonight. You got a lot of students.
You
got a lot of students tonight.
You understand that he's an expert in the area, because
let him answer Go ahead, Dr. Clark.
Your Honor, Your Honor. What I want to say with Professor Clark is getting a lot of students here tonight. So wouldn't you mind telling me a percentage of that of your students?
Oh, Lord.
Dr. Clark,
that's like that. Yeah, you should get argument a promotion code. So when they get
Dr. Clark, your people get dry face. They got no shape. Yeah. Go ahead and address the gentleman from Maryland, please.
Yes, you're welcome. And I guarantee you, after graduation, you will be able to come in class and get ready to work, because 60% of the training is dedicated to hands-on. We teach you how to, and we teach you how to. By that, I mean we teach you how to exploit computer, how to hack it, and computer phones, applications, network, and we also teach you how to protect them from being hacked. Because we teach you to think like the bad man, but you act like the good guy. That's what our training is about. But you will, if you come to the class, you will. We guarantee you will get your Security Plus certification, because we prepare you to sit it the first time and pass. It's one of the highest sought certificate in cybersecurity. In fact, Dr. Peabody, he had a scholarship to come to the training, but he dropped.
He ran away.
No.
He ran away.
I was just too busy. President Clark, I appreciate. He offered me a free training. I just didn't have the time. I would say that.
And to that caller, I'm a woman. And I took that Security Plus many years ago, probably 5 years ago, and I passed. So if I can pass, you can pass. Let me.
So if you're not, you just smart.
You might be smart. You get 90 degree, you get cybersecurity degree, you get all
No.
Listen, I need my AI for dummy, and I will enroll for now.
But you don't have a client that's a writer. I don't know why he even put a book out yet, because he got several cybersecurity or IT books out there.
He's a writer. He wrote the controversial book.
We read that today.
Yes, I have books that are that are being used in schools in Liberia. In fact, Ambassador Dayton, he has copy of my MIS textbook, MIS Management Information System for Liberian colleges and universities, that I wrote back in the early 2000, because that's one of my degrees that I got from NJIT. So he has that book at his college. I donated it to him for free.
Excellent.
So, and of course, JJ Roberts.
You taught at Marshall Community College, right, in Trenton.
Yes, they still use some. My first book, In Tears and Blood, is being used there at the college in the liberal arts department for research purpose. And I have textbook in schools. JJ Roberts has some of my textbook, computer textbook. They're still using it. MTI and several other schools in Liberia. In fact, I just partnered with some university professors and university in Nigeria. I'm supposed to be going there. We going to unleash some computer textbooks there in Nigeria. The market is big in Nigeria, so and of course Liberia.
Shadow Clark, a recommendation, open recommendation to plea. I think you should, with that and everybody else, in whatever your connection, you should do a cybersecurity AI conference in Liberia next year. Let the government pay for it though, but I think we need you there to just do it. Okay. But anyway, I wanted to throw it out there, just something to consider.
Yeah, we were thinking about that. With the help of everybody here in the universe. Dr. Peabody, you had a question. You said, how can we start as a country in Liberia?
Yeah, what do we start from?
We have to start with changing priority from the government level. We have to focus. Seriously, we have to be serious-minded when it comes to using the power of AI by these incremental steps. But, focusing on one school, one region, divesting and reinvesting some resources in the public school sector. And of course, we have to leave Monrovia alone for an instant and develop a hub outside of Monrovia, Central Liberia, or Southern Liberia or Western Liberia. So that's the only way we can go places as a nation and use this power that is evolving in terms of AI. We just have to change.
Great. Dr. Anogat, it's time for you.
Time check.
We're taking a chat real quick. When I was in Liberia in 2004, when we met with John Blaney and Jack Klein, they were trying to introduce the community college thing. And what I asked them was, how do we build a feeder program? That this thing is not only Buchanan and the big city thing. How do we get regular folks involved to get into that? The same question go to you. Liberia does not have electricity. We do not have anything stable. So we are now serving those who are less than 1%, those who have access to data. So we are still feeding into that top 1%. What will we do? What can we do that will help our people outside of Monrovia, Buchanan, and stuff like that? How do we feed? How do we do a feeder program that will feed into the kind of college work you are doing?
It's so simple, but it's kind of difficult because the people that are at the policy making end, they do not know how to go about it. Often you do not become what you don't see. Okay. Few years ago, I was commissioned by the Ministry of Education. It was Mato Pamba who was there at the time to write Liberia's first ICT curriculum from K to 12 school, which I did. And so time to implement it, the minister, we had a heated discussion, and she was, maybe I had too much hope in the country. It took me and other commissioners, I headed the commission at the time. We worked for about 4 months, and we came up with a curriculum. The lady looked at me, the minister at the time, she looked at me and she said, look, we're not going to implement this particular curriculum in the country. I said, why? She said, within 50 years to 100 years, we'll not teach computer literacy in Liberian schools. I said, why? She said, I mean, there are some schools in this country here, elementary school, they're still behind the different rivers. The teacher got to get in canoes to go there. I didn't look at the challenges at the time. So I said, but what do you do with the curriculum? She said, oh, we use it when we generate fund, we allocate that fund for school repair, but the government is incapable of carrying out computer technology. Now we have computer education from kindergarten, from elementary school to high school. Now we have community colleges. How can we do a feeder program where students will come equipped with the technology knowledge as they pursue their academic journey? In the West, when students graduate from high school, they don't have to learn, in basic computer data entry or computer stuff in school. They already come with the knowledge, prior knowledge, even though they have to take computer concepts and application, but they already have some idea to use a computer. So, but government, like I said, the only way it will happen if they go and invest in technology in those schools where it would be like an ecosystem, stomping ground for students, and the community college would be a place for them to go and thrive, the knowledge they gain.
Excellent. I'm a student of, a lover of Bassa High School, and I would love the young kids in Grand Bassa to be equipped. By the time they get to the community college or the university, they should at least have an introductory AI program concept before they can go into it. And I would hate for them to get to the university before they start AI 101, introduction to AI. This is why I'm talking about the feeder program. Like you say, it boils down again. When I look at the government education budget and I saw what it budgeted for education, without being a critic of the government, you look at it, and with 80% of the budget going to salaries, there's nothing left to do some of the things you are. There's no innovation. We talk about curriculum development. They allocated $20,000 to the entire nation for curriculum development. So for some of us, it is just sad that these kids are getting out of these schools and they're going to go to the universities before they even define what AI is.
Yeah. So
it's bad. I don't know what can we do.
So what I would suggest to the government is they should try to, instead of integration of technology into the curriculum, they should do something we call integration of technology, and AI into the curriculum. Because in that particular curriculum we designed, we came up with a solution on how to implement the curriculum. How do you do that? You pilot the whole thing. You do PC station, and we had VSAT there at the time. That didn't work, quote unquote. But you do it incrementally. So, but again, when they bring the experts, we worked so hard on that curriculum that was never implemented, and I understood why. Looking with hindsight, I'm like, oh wow, maybe some of us are always ahead of our time. These are things, opportunities I was looking at. If the government can just make a slight change in priority, instead of, if the government does that, a lot of private schools in that country will be seriously, they will be empty. And what will happen, a lot of people will start sending their children to government school when the government schools start to build a capacity in their public school. All right, somebody has good.
Professor Clark,
I have a question.
Well, we got somebody from Real News Africa, Jim Maboro. Thank you for your generous contribution to the closing argument for the support of the network.
Jen made a general contribution a while ago. I didn't even realize it. We just found it today. She sent it to our Cash app, and we just found it today. But it was since sometime this week she made that contribution. So, well, I just want to
say you very much,
Jen. Thank you. Mr. Gibb, before you come, Mr. Gayman, if I can ask my final question.
Sure.
You know, I always gotta seek the boss approval now.
The boss have no idea about what going on today, so I don't have. But go ahead.
Professor Clark, I've known you a long time. You work in different areas, you know, but have you ever tried to reach out to the current government and present these proposals to them and see how you can be a help? Because you're a brain. How can you be a help to them? Have you reached out to anybody in the government?
You know, that's something to really think about. I really haven't thought about it though, but you know, I'm open to helping my country. I mean, I'm doing my part in the private sector. Some of the students that enroll in my training from Liberia, the last time I had 30-something students, because free, I was giving it to them from out of Liberia for free. Because somebody said when you give it to people, when you educate people, you give them free service, they wouldn't
value it. That's correct.
Value it. And out of these 37 students, they all dropped. Only one student stayed there, and today he has a security certification. Yep. Yes. So, you know, and he just got it last week, and I'm so happy for him. So I'm asking somebody who knows someone that is hiring in cybersecurity in Liberia, please hire Harold Davis, young, smart man, and I'm so proud of him. So, but yes, I'm open to helping the government to build a capacity for cybersecurity awareness. There are so many vulnerabilities. Let them go and do a clean sweep of the, House of Representatives and the Senate. Those microphones that are there, those cabinets that were built, let us check the walls. There could be listening devices in there. And when they are making, official calls, because the U.S. government, they have something we call, of course, the CIA does that. They spy on every government, and every government spy on each other, whatever it is. They could construct a bluefish tower and, stingray tower around Monrovia, that when they make a call, that call goes through that tower, to the embassy, and before it comes to wherever it is destined to go. And they should do that same clean sweep. They should do a complete audit of the walls at the ministerial complex, because the Chinese government has the capability of spying on nation state. They are the greatest threat when it comes to cybersecurity in the world. Because even the network equipment, the Huawei equipment, they install listening devices that in those equipment that send data back to Beijing. We know that because we are in cybersecurity.
Wow. I remember a few years ago, they built the OAU center in Addis Ababa, and it turned out to basically it was a building physically in Addis Ababa, but the infrastructure was in China, so they were listening and taking note everything they said.
Yeah.
Let me go to Seleke. Our guest is over time. We gotta let him go. Your parting comments with the boss.
Look, great show, and Dr. Clark, thanks for all you do. You know, I was just on the line with somebody who know you very well, And I know Terry don't want us to talk about it.
Oh, the ANC speech again.
Yeah.
we're not talking about it, but you know, I learned that you was also one of the author of that popular book that was all circulating. But
we bringing it here today.
What I like about that o'clock is the fact that you don't care. Even though you guys were two, and Abba was going from one platform to another, defending himself, you know, but I don't see you doing that. So that shows that you stand by what you said, and you didn't do any wrong. You know, it's up to people who read it, how they want to interpret it, whatever it is. But thanks for all you do, and let's continue to make an impact and make a difference in our country. Thanks. Great show. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I make my final statement?
Yeah, go ahead. Make your final comment.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. You're a cybersecurity expert. I'm on the networking side of things on the IT world, and so basically, you talk about data center. I currently work at the data center as an engineer, and we really need to. I will come to your class because cybersecurity. I got to add it to my portfolio as well. Being a network person, cybersecurity come in handy. So definitely, I'm going to come to your class. I'd rather come to my own librarian, and then to go to a foreigner. And listening to you, I'm impressed. My first time, hearing a librarian talking about technology in this depth of fashion, but AI, in Liberia, because we don't collect data, the Ministry of Finance still using paper trail. They're still writing things with pen and paper. It's not even digitized, let alone, and AI, in the absence of data is useless. So we have to collect the data first, and our people need to digitize the data, and then it can be implemented into AI. But definitely, you have another student who will join you, because I just have to add cybersecurity to my portfolio. I'm a networking guy, so yeah.
Thank you. You're welcome on board, Agent. What's your last name?
Gay, Gaye.
Yeah.
Agent Gay. We call the cybersecurity. We call all experts agents.
I know, because I know because you do cybersecurity. You know what TISO officers is, right?
So you are James Bond 007, Agent 007. Agent
All right, guys.
007. Thank you very much. Dr. Peabody, your party comment, and then Tevi can close her out.
No, but we'll let our guest give a party comment so he can go.
Okay. Doc.
So we don't hold him up. Or he can listen to us tell he thank you, I guess.
Dr. Peabody, that's doctor's guest now. You want the man. The man gave you free education. You don't want it. Now you gotta pay.
The man offer me a scholarship.
Now you gotta pay.
Now you gotta pay.
I think I'll revert my scholarship to Myean.
Okay, that's nice.
My scholarship is still penny. That my brother, Professor know.
You can get your scholarship on this side.
That's right.
You know where we come from. We want to give it to one of our reporter from the closing argument. Let he take all that.
Nice. That's nice.
Yeah, and then we'll give you the ad.
That's right.
You bring Myean on. You give Myean the scholarship. We'll give you the ad. We'll give you the advertisement, and people will enroll.
That's free.
Want to see you come back? See you come back, Professor? Always good to see you, my friend. It's been a while, and you just prove here tonight. That you are the living professor when it comes to IT from all the way New Jersey. You are here in New Jersey, all the books you wrote and everything. And even though you ran away from here, I didn't see you again. Thank you so much for coming, Professor. We enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you. Doctor, your closing comment?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I'm honored. I am. I didn't think I would have loved to go over 1 hour, but the engagement, sometimes I stay in lecture for 4 hours. I've been doing this since 2001. In fact, in Liberia in the 1980s, I used to take students when I was in school, this book home, and I will say, I'm your teacher.
Yeah.
And my mom told me never to be a teacher because teachers are poor people. So yes, but I made it. I'm happy anytime. Call on me if you need subject matter expert in this area in technology. If the country needs help, we need to bring about cybersecurity awareness. There are a lot of things that are happening. There are a lot of things we can use in Liberia to curtail some of these things. Even Dr. Peabody, you know, I used to volunteer for the Trenton Police Department. I would go there. I used to deal with data, the analytic portion. I mean, you would look at the data and tell the people based on historical data and the trend. We will zoom in on where crime will occur, when it will occur, and how it will occur, and the person who will perpetrate it. That's why sometimes the police will use the data because that's insight, security insight. They will know exactly where to send police patrol. They will just park the car there as, you know, as a deterrent. And it can be done with the Liberian government. They can use data of some of the government officials and forecast. You're becoming proactive instead of reactive. So they will know exactly which one of these people that they bring in as government official will steal, will be corrupt, and who will not. From the legislature all the way to the cabinet minister, you can do an insight based on data, based on people's own psychographic data, and even I'm not talking about demographic or their past historical data. That you can do. But AI is also here. AI can also help you. Once you have those data, you input it, it will tell you, look, John Brown will be one of those guys you have to watch out for. Thank you for having me, and I'm looking forward to another conversation. Good night, everybody.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Clark. We'll reach out to you. I'll reach out to you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Tell me.
Yes. Well, I just want to say thank you to Dr. Clark. You know, these are very busy professionals, and you know, he had promised to give 1 hour his time. Dr. Gayman, Mr. Gayman, you know that, but he stayed 3 hours. Also to Tatum. He was coming on. He had graduation today. He told me, he's like, Telvi, I got graduation. This whole weekend celebration for us, but I'm willing to come and talk. You know where my heart is. You know, it's part of the next generation. And so I just want to tell him thank you for taking the time to go be anywhere else but on this show. And it was just a good show. And so we look forward to more.
Excellent. If Ambassador Doctrine, if you are watching, I have my niece at your university. She's in her 3rd year. I gave her a scholarship from St. Peter Clever School in Basel. She's doing, guess what? Cybersecurity. Yes. She's majoring in cybersecurity. I wanted to let me know at the end, and I'm sorry that his program is.
I'm sure he's following. He got a program tonight, so I think
that's
he's
correct.
Following. Yeah.
So
Your daughter just graduated, right?
Yeah. One graduated. I think another one graduating next week or something with a master's. There are 2 of them. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we are talking about. This platform brings you things that you may not agree with. There may things that we all agree on. There are things we all disagree on sometimes. But when it comes to education, whether you listen or not, we will bring it to you. You know, people will say, you talk till you're tired. We will never be tired talking good. Because Martin Luther King was saying there is no wrong way to do the right thing. If it is right, it is right. And that's what it is we are doing. So Telvi, I want to thank you very much for coordinating this. Young man, Seleke, thank you very much for staying up. I know it's late on your end, but this is something that interests you. This is something that interests you because
sure.
Some of you guys are in, and you're a sharp guy.
You are excited about it.
Yeah.
But I also want to add, Mr. Gayman, you know, we talk politics all the time, and we try to change the flavor a little bit. We want to showcase our talent, our talented people, and our professionals. And so for the viewers, you will see more shows like this. We're trying maybe every 2 weeks or you know, once a month or something. You know, next time we'll be bringing our mental health professionals, you know, to talk about, you know, the holiday time. They got holiday blues, got all kinds of stuff coming on with, you know, mental health and stuff like that. So who knows, you know.
You know, one person probably will bring back very soon will be Abby Tyler.
Yes.
Abby going to come and talk about diabetes and men's health and men's pressure.
Yes.
So Abby going to come talk about it. So we're going to be working on all of that. Guys, you did
all of that. Yes.
Thank you for standing in today. But again, man, please reach out to Myean. Myean got that whole thing set up. We sorry for the inconvenience today, but Myean going to just get you set up with the
Listen, he's doing a great job. I know the internet thing in Liberia is really, and let's reach out to Tomalin George. I know he got allergies there. Let him talk.
Tomalin need to sleep. He needs some rest.
They probably need rest. I saw him at the funeral. I said, Tomalin needs sleep. I saw the pictures of that funeral.
He does not sleep. He needs some rest. I'm telling you. Y'all telling me.
So the medicine for grown-up boy is rest.
You caught too many 3 a.m. The same method will test you back.
But you know something? So sometimes I used to be like that, but I had to catch myself. Always checking emails and checking WhatsApp messages when you have breaking your sleep. Somebody sent me a message the other day, and when they send a message, they send another line on the air like, "Do not open this until 8 a.m. in the morning."
Yeah, right. And when they tell you that, then you want to know what is it that they're having, right? Thank you very much, God. Today is Friday. Go spend some time with your family. Let's do this.
Yes.
All of next week is we're going to be celebrating Thanksgiving week.
Yes.
The children left out of school today. So what I would suggest though, on Thanksgiving Day, if everybody can tune in and just show us how you're celebrating your Thanksgiving, so we can,
You want to do at least you better give it. Want to do at least a 1 hour show?
1 hour show. So. Yeah. Everybody, Dr. Peabody, how you celebrating? Tell me how you celebrating, how I'm celebrating. Everybody just go live and we show the folks. That's how we want to do it.
That's nice.
Let's do a 1 hour show with the game, man. Just 1 hour.
1 hour. That's cool.
Yeah. 1 hour. You know, I was even thinking about that we had this show, but I was thinking, I was like, Thanksgiving coming up. Bring some of our chef, to kind of talk about, how we can prepare for Thanksgiving, some of the meal and stuff like that.
You come and display your what you cooking for this.
So you never tell you something for Thanksgiving. I don't eat all the turkey. I'm a duck person. Thanksgiving, so I buy duck. I eat duck.
So let's listen. We want to see how when you come into the culture, right? You add onto it and you blend. So let's see how Liberians have blended.
Yeah.
Let's see how Dr. Peabody, how his wife does
it.
Old school. After the old school, I always take my on Thanksgiving. I always
Abu completely Pewee to you.
What you say?
Abu completely Pewee to you. Is that Pewee refuse the offer? Why Pewee accept the offer?
Is it Pewee didn't go to see his daughter? Are you gonna force someone to go see? But Mr. Abu Kamara, when I come, I'm bringing my wife and my daughter for the first time. They all come together. Be ready. Your wife is going to cook for us. If you don't do it, I'm going to put you on the spot like I'm doing, like you do it, Pewee. That's how I'm going to come out and say, I mean, I just be sure you don't cook for nobody.
Pewee wants to see the picture. Just send the picture.
I'm the old fashioned. My kids will eat the turkey. Yes. And I would just have a little fufu and soup on the side and just swallow it.
All right. That's the blending we're talking about. That's the blending, how we do it. So tell me, get ready.
They tell me to say something.
1 hour.
1 hour.
I'm not cooking this Thanksgiving. I'm going for eat free to somebody's house.
Okay, whoever house you go to, ask them to go live so we can see how you do it.
Yeah.
Okay? But we'll talk about it all next week so we can do that. But we want to have fun. And then we'll do the same thing. We're going to plan a Christmas party for our TCA folks all around the world. The guys from Liberia will do it maybe a couple of days before Christmas because of my wife and the children. We are leaving on the 16th.
You're announcing the point going like brother.
There will be waiting for you to the airport.
You'll be waiting for me, right? Abu and Pewee, you're win. I will be there on the first.
I'll be waiting for you, I'll be waiting for you.
The last time I came in, under my shirt on my body, they took my sneakers, they took my belt, they took all my stuff. But guys, thank you very much for doing this. Let's do this on Monday. Y'all come on early. Let's get started for the 10th.
Yes, I keep peace today. Yesterday I was in pieces. So today I keep peace.
I asked you the question. Tell me, come in peace or pieces. Yesterday she
you never know. You never know.
Well, before we leave, let me thank Jen Mabara. She sent us $150 a while ago. I didn't even know until I was checking something today.
That's why. Listen, Peabody, don't tell on yourself. That's what happens when you get too much money. You don't.
No.
You don't
No,
look at
it was a crazy argument. Something I was checking, and then I saw $150 from Gemma Burr. Been a while, and I'm like, oh my God, this girl will get mad. She said, I didn't even reckon that, but that was so generous of her. We really appreciate it. We're gonna put that. We're gonna put that for the Christmas.
Jim Barbara is a man using a woman name as a profile star.
Oh,
I don't want to
say
that
woman. Jim Barbara. Whatever it is. All right.
Wherever you went for your plastic surgery, they did a great job on your face. You look nice.
We're going now. We're going now. I wanted to show you something. We're going now.
I gotta go though. I gotta go.
You sure you want to see it?
Yeah, I want to see it and do it.
That's what I brought from Liberia.
Oh, the original Henneke bottle?
Well, how do you call that?
The Shin Towel.
What I call Shin Towel? I thought about Henneke.
The Chinese drink.
Chinese beer? They not take beer to Liberia?
Oh, but you may be had. There's a leading drink in Liberia right now. They don't.
Oh, really? I thought it was Henneke bottle.
You know, we like me when I go to Liberia, I drink my club beer. I ain't drink no Chantal.
That Chinese drink?
Yes.
I mean, not I can drink liquor. I mean, I just asking. That Chinese drink?
I love
the Chinese herb, the beer, the herb.
Oh, okay.
Like, yeah, please call Myean. Myean will get the whole thing in place.
Don't worry, we do that. Thank you, man.
At the end of the day, but
thank you very much, guys. Thank you for holding it down. Let's do
everybody,
it Monday. God bless.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You have a good weekend. Telvi, enjoy the weekend. All right.
Yep.
All right. See you. We'll be in touch.
Yes.
We'll work on the other stuff. All right.
Yes. We will.
Okay. All right.
But listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to the country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay.
When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There winner out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to country, because many times you notice that
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small road, B road, all kinds of the place. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.